Okay.
So this is what they look like.
Here we are. What's up, nerds, and welcome to tonight's session of Starships and Sarlaccs.
Yeah! We are back, baby!
It's been a minute. I'm Austin, the Game Master, here with Mercedes.
Hello.
Morgan.
What's up?
Shayla, joining us in person again.
Hello.
Brent.
Hello.
Alex.
Hello.
Spencer. Lindsay. And Cadence.
I get it!
Paul is currently not here. He forgot some of his stuff. He will be joining us here shortly.
He'll probably send some things in the chat.
Yes, if he was able to join us.
Because he just texted me, so he
That's
has...
There he is. There he is. Okay. So Paul's in the chat, just in case. So-
Really quick, did anyone park in the driveway?
No. Oh, fudge, I did.
Okay, is Dad out?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he's
Okay.
I'll go move my car.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's out getting groceries.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
That's me.
So,
I went in the
Ow.
garage.
It's like a
fracking mother.
So as to
Oh,
say,
that's
fell
right.
out of hyperspace.
No.
Hang
It
on.
was
New
not
kid.
his fault.
New character, baby.
Oh,
There we go. Okay.
Shouldn't
Too
have parked
soon.
your car in the driveway.
Sorry, my light was in the frame of the camera, so I was.
I'm gonna slow this on my character.
Okay. So, it's been 3 weeks, I believe, since we last played. Schedules and all that, things happening where people weren't able to make it, and that's totally fine, but we're back now.
Life happens.
Life happens.
Sith happens.
Let's try to think here.
Oh.
Sith happens, yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't help
Trying
it.
to think. I'm
Same
gonna make
letter.
sure. Oh wait, Discord is not on. Discord is now on. That's muted. Okay, everything should be on. That needs to be on. So, I guess announcements. We've been making this announcement for those of you who may not have seen it on Twitch. We are going to be streaming Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga coming this next week. We're streaming it on Friday. And we're gonna have a lot of fun with it. We also started streaming Breath of the Wild, and we continued streaming Final Fantasy VII Remake yesterday. If you haven't watched that yet, after this stream, go and check it out. Except for the fact that this stream might go extremely late, so maybe wait until tomorrow. I don't know. Either way, I don't know if we have any more announcements. Really, once again, we've made it to affiliate. So please, if you haven't followed us yet, please consider following us. We like building a community, have people in the chat that are funny and enjoy being here and watching our stuff, as well as please consider subscribing. I've got our total subscriber number at the top there. You can see it on the stream. We've got 5 subscribers right now, and thank you to everybody who's already done that. So we're going to, I guess, go ahead and get started. We'll wait. Alex is going to repark his car, but I think we're going to go ahead and get started with Starships and Starlaccs with a little recap of what happened last time. So, last time was a big planning session, really, where the crew of the Stargazer returned to Carrick Station from Coruscant, hot on the trail of Raymond Black, Exchange boss, head of basically Exchange R&D, who was in the process of developing a new type of Rakghoul strain, we'll call it. Fresh off Coruscant with Sith Lord Gratis in their cargo hold, they went back to Carrick Station to stock themselves up on supplies, ammunition, weapons, modify their weapons, and also to modify themselves, as DP-52 and Dex applied some new modifications with extra arms and the ability to send encoded messages and all these cool things that they were able to do. They also enhanced their weapons a lot. They also had some very interesting encounters, 2 of whom are not here currently. Aetov had a vision of Ben Zalo at the moment of his death, discussing following the will of the Force and the duty of a member of the Order of the Force in doing so, and furthering her down the path that she is deciding to go on. As Depeus, resident Jedi, other Jedi Padawan, had a vision. You can't hide behind the curtain, Wizard of Oz.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Exactly.
I just went to grab it.
Voila! He is here.
But anyway,
He's here.
as Depeus had a vision.
At the pass, almost just hit 2 guys on a moped.
Don't do that.
And I forgot-
Sorry.
And I forgot my shoes. I had to walk down the street without shoes.
Oh, Alex.
So,
I'm good.
And it's not that far. You're good.
Oh, boy.
so he had a vision, also sort of setting him on a different path from what from what was chosen for him as a Jedi. He's deciding to do something different, and Kota had an encounter with an admiral from the Republic, who basically offered him a potential reinstatement into service as part of the upcoming super secret Balmoran invasion. Ravri also Ravri reported back to Watcher 4, and in doing so refused to say the code word or code phrase of her section, I'll guess, of Imperial Intelligence, and in so doing caused herself a little bit of brain damage from the intensive psychological programming she'd underwent as part of being an Imperial Intelligence that she didn't know about.
That was fun.
And so after all these things that happened, am I missing anybody? Oh, Byra. Byra had a vision too.
Yes, I did.
Byra had a vision of
Yay.
Malachor and of Mitra Surik and something calling to her from there, as well
It was
as
scary.
the sudden appearance of the 300-year-old Jedi Master Revan, rescued by Asmodeus' Jedi Master Oteg. And then it was time to go to the party. Now, I'm going to ask, because it's a 5-day travel from Carrick Station to Nar Shaddaa, where the Smuggler's Moon resides. At what point before the party are you leaving? Are you leaving 5 days before the party, or like 7 days before the party?
I
Like,
think we should leave
how
a
long
little
before the
early.
party are you
Just
leaving?
It'd be nice to go early to scout it out at least.
to
7
see what
days
we're
is
up against.
Yeah.
fine.
What was that, Lindsay?
Oh, I said I think 7 days is perfectly fine.
Okay, 7 days. Seems to be the general consensus. All right.
Yeah.
So, you guys leave 7 days before the party to travel to Nar Shaddaa, the Smuggler's Moon
Nar
that
Shaddaa.
orbits the Hutt homeworld of Nar Shaddaa. Or just Hutta. Either one. So, anything you guys would like to do on the way to Nar Shaddaa? Any interactions, conversations you guys would like to have? It's a 5-day journey through space.
Okay.
See the Star Trek music.
So, Robbery.
That almost sounds
Next
like
up.
Doctor Who.
No, that was just Spencer. He was
Okay.
Bless you.
So, at some point, Robbery's going to totally forget that there is a Sith in their cargo hold.
Uh-huh. Like one does.
Naturally.
I mean, to be fair, he hasn't been around long.
No.
So she's
Long
gonna, in a panic, realizing what has transpired with her handler, she is probably going to go into the cargo hold shortly after takeoff and just like pace around for a couple of seconds, freaking out. And she's gonna sit down and open up her sketchbook. And on one page, she's going to start sketching out Watcher 4's face.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other page, she's going to write out possible scenarios of what's going to happen.
Okay.
Oh boy. And just kind of muttering to herself.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just curious. Okay.
She started playing and getting dice roll.
Really?
How long are you intending to do this for?
Not sure. She's just kind of in her own headspace, kind of tunnel vision. She's just going to sit down and sketching, and every now and then when she is writing something down on the page of like possibilities of what could happen, she'll go back to Watcher 4's face and draw in more details.
Okay. I'll say, roll a perception check for me.
Sorry.
Oh no.
How focused are you?
Which one? Which don't?
no.
Just kidding.
I considered it, but I'll just give it to you.
No, I'm kidding.
You don't have disadvantage. You're fine.
Sure. Oh, that's not bad.
Not bad. 17.
Okay. Still not good enough.
Ah.
I'd say after about an hour and a half, you just hear. And you look up, having rolled a natural 20 on his stealth. You see Lord Gratis sitting. He's in the back corner. You know, here's what I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to switch over to the Starship
Oh,
view
gosh.
on Roll20 so you guys can just. Whoops. Hang on.
You can also
Go
see it.
back
Freaking
to,
natural 20.
Going back
You
to the
guys can look at
Phantom
it
here.
right there.
Zoom out.
It's gonna be
So,
right there.
Gratis, he's kind of hanging out in this corner here. So after a while, you look up and you see Gratis just sitting there. There's a hammock strung across a corner, and he's currently sitting on a bedroll. Perfect like posture, crisscross applesauce. He's holding something in his hand, and you look and you notice He's taken one of the Sabacc decks from your gaming room, and he's basically currently playing solitaire.
That's awesome.
Gosh.
She's like, I was curious you didn't seem to notice my presence. I wondered how long we could keep this up. And he looks as though he hasn't moved. He's like still holding his cards. He's just, because you haven't heard it.
No.
He's just sitting there looking at him.
She's just gonna kind of stare at him and then quickly close her sketchbook. And then just sort of hold it close to her. To be perfectly honest, I kind of forgot you were here.
Not necessarily surprising. I mean, I've only been here for a month.
She just slowly stands up. I'm sorry for disturbing you.
I can go elsewhere if you prefer the privacy.
Get out of here.
No. It's fine. She just kind of robotically slowly turns towards the door.
He speaks up. Why do you fear me so much? I'm quite curious. He stands up, really gracefully putting his cards
Most
down.
people fear Sith.
I have experienced the fear that comes from encountering a Sith Lord, and there are two kinds. There's the kind you feel from when individuals have been told stories of the Sith, and another that comes from personal experience, and yours is quite deep. More so than just unfortunate stories you may have heard. He doesn't get any closer to you. He's just standing up looking at you.
She slowly turns and looks back at him. I have experienced both of those.
I see.
She doesn't look at him. She's just looking in his general direction.
You're like, well, that's a really... Put the hammock up real nice.
Wow, would you look at that corner? That's a great corner.
I like that corner.
Nice corner.
She just kind of looks at the general area and still like clutching her sketchbook. I have not had pleasant encounters with the Sith, and generally find it wisest to avoid them.
Generally sound counsel, I suppose. I obviously know there's more you're not telling me, but perhaps there is no use in pressing further. I will offer this bit of advice. Control your fear before it controls you. Men like Raymond Black will not hesitate to manipulate your fear. I can teach you how to control it if you wish. I am somewhat of a master of self-control, or I am a master of emotional control.
I mean, she holds out her hand and it's shaking quite a bit, and then looks at him. Generally, I try to not be noticed. It's my business to not be noticed. I don't intend to be up in front and personal with Raymond Black, but I mean, it's not unwelcome. It's just the source of the invitation.
Understandable. However, intentions only get us so far. You may come face to face with an opportunity where you are not able to stay hidden. And in that moment, you will most likely wish that you had taken me up on my offer. And he sits back down and continues solitaire.
Guys, that grind.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can play solitaire with Sabak, but it's the only thing
He's
that came up
trying.
with.
It's the Star Wars equivalent.
He's
of
been
it.
stuck on a
Yeah.
ship for a month. He eventually got bored, and he's like, they've got a deck of cards in here. I'm just gonna.
He's created his own game.
Would you like to play Dungeons and Dragons?
Let's play bingo.
Roll for initiative.
Oh, I hate that. Don't do that.
It's actually pretty sick.
So she'll just kind of look over at him and then look over at the door. Just kind of nervously look around and then quietly approach him, but she'll stay like 30 feet away from him. Then she'll just like sit down, still holding her.
There is no 30 feet in
Yeah, I
this
was gonna say
cargo.
that.
Yeah, like in
10.
I have you just
Yeah,
placed there
she'll-
generally, because that's about where you were, but
as far away as you can.
Yeah,
like here.
yeah, I would say she had been there, but yeah, she'll.
He is closer to the corner, I will say.
Yeah.
I would guess, but I guess there might be 30
She'll-
feet.
She'll approach him, be within like 10 feet of him.
Okay.
She'll just like slowly sit down, still holding her sketchbook.
He stops what he's doing and looks up at you, and his orange eyes, just like, they're kind of luminescent a little bit, just looks up at you. And it is a little off-putting.
She's like white knuckling her sketchbook and still very afraid.
Well,
Drax get pale.
Sure.
With red skin.
Whatever help you can give, I will take it.
excellent. He stands up.
She jumps back a little bit, just
Fear is a
No,
combination.
fast less.
He
he been
conjures
rehearsing
a
this?
whiteboard.
I think he's been rehearsing this.
He's been
bored.
He's also been very concerned about this.
I mean, fair.
Says, your fear is palpable in the face of certain scenarios. I've noticed in the combat we undertook, you were quite capable on your own, but I suspect there may be times when your fear may get the best of you. So, what you have to do is take that fear and convert it into something useful. Fear is commonly manipulated by the Sith or men like Raymond Black because it is easy. But take your fear, whatever it is you are afraid of, and turn it into something useful. Learn to hate that which you fear. Direct it into something that can be a weapon to be used. Convert it into something better. Fear is a paralytic. Anger.
Wow.
Okay.
All right, baby.
The baby don't like that.
No.
Very strongly about the dark side.
Anger, hatred, these are useful. They are easy. There are other options. They're more difficult when it comes to fear. But anger from fear is easy. And perhaps might be the best start for you.
I guess I should have expected that sort of response.
Oh, believe me, there are other options, but it's difficult to turn something you fear into something you love.
That would be impossible in this situation.
Anger, hatred, these ones are easy. Emotions are tricky, especially when it comes to the nature of what you are experiencing. Perhaps
yeah?
passion in a general sense. A drive, a motivation to not let your fear control you, or to be able to hurt those that you love. Perhaps that is a more altruistic motivation.
I think anger would be the closest option I've got.
Well then, think of that which you fear and let it fill you with anger. Think of anything I do not know what the nature of your fear is, but let that rise inside you and let it motivate you to become better than that which you fear, to rise above it and to conquer it, to prove to them and yourself that you are greater. Let your passions give you strength. And through strength you will gain power.
It's sort of just nervously tapping on her sketchbook.
If my advice is not for you, then perhaps you may seek the counsel of your Jedi friends. Though I do not recommend it.
No, in this particular instance, I don't think so. But it's funny, though, because you're not the first one to suggest I channel my fear into something different.
Very interesting.
She'll stand up. You have brought up a few good points. I know exactly where I would direct my anger.
Excellent.
She just sort of awkwardly looks like she wants to say something, just nods at him, and then slowly turns towards the door awkwardly.
He goes back to his solitaire.
And she'll meander out into the ship.
Okay. Anything else that anyone wants to have happen during this trip through hyperspace?
How long is the trip?
5 days. And I will assume that there will be some like general interactions between you guys that happen, unless you all just decide to stay in your rooms and not socialize with anybody.
No, I think
I'm
there
not
will
gonna
be some
Over you.
socializing.
Also, I guess I forgot to mention in the recap that
Myra?
Miria
Oh, right.
unlocked the storage box she got from Rain Black, revealing the device that is based very much heavily on the design of the Muir talisman, the original creation of the Sith Lord Muir, that created the Rat Ghouls. Supposed to play off of that historical design, but it very much is technological, with aspects and elements of it that you cannot identify.
I need the identify spell.
There is a version of it.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if it's Force or Tech. It might be both for different reasons.
Yeah, yeah.
Snappy.
I'd imagine.
Oh
there's
yeah,
probably-
and you have Snappy, the artificial
Oh
intelligence.
yeah,
Bill
you know?
Cipher.
That sounds like Bill
AI
Cipher.
suit.
That sounds like Bill Cipher.
Correct.
I almost forgot about that. Yeah, my smack talking AI suit.
Hello, Paul.
That's me.
Morgan already got you a cream
Oh.
soda, but all right.
And I texted you too. It was right there. Okay, I'll take it
So
back.
we'll worry about it later. So, no other interactions? People who want to talk?
I imagine
Which is
Coda
fine. We can
might
just skip
have
straight to Nar Shaddaa if that's the case.
something. Coda, do you have anything? You usually do.
Actually, this time Coda will be in a state of contemplation for the majority of the time after
Okay.
that transmission.
DP is very off-putting.
DP is off-putting, or the silence? Is off-putting?
The silence and contemplative nature of Coda is very off-putting. You've known him for a long time. He's not been like this.
Okay, I think I would.
The fact that he's really quiet right now.
Yeah, what's going through DP's head on this 5-day trip is that's weird. I'll give him.
That's
some,
weird.
Give him some time.
Yeah,
This is weird.
but all in ones and zeros.
Yes.
Morse code.
So at some point, I think he would ask, or what would invite the conversation. What's DP's voice?
It's been a while.
Wow.
It has been a while. Kota, you have been oddly quiet this trip.
No, I haven't. I've been perfectly loud.
That was the first word you've spoken today.
It is.
Oh. Maybe I have been a little quiet.
Maybe.
Is there something on your mind?
Have you ever thought of what this group means to us? Means to you?
I have. I presume you have as well.
Yeah. And I thought I knew what it means. But then, if you were offered a chance at your dream, would you take it?
You had the chance to change your fate.
Would you?
Go all brave on him.
DP goes into Scottish.
Imagine Coda's
Mechanical
voice with a
Scottish.
Scottish accent. Oh gosh.
No, not happening. I'm not doing it. Not doing it.
That'd be really hard.
It's come on, it's brave.
Difficult enough to doing.
Be
Yeah.
brave, but
The gurgling sound.
Get it?
So on top of an accent.
If you had a chance to change your fate, would you?
That's probably that wasn't
you're gonna
bad. That wasn't bad.
Anyway, sorry.
To answer your question,
Let's answer that question.
I do not think in such a manner.
I guess that's true.
But if it would serve my goals and would take me away from this group, I suppose that I would.
He just kind of like sunk into his bed a little bit.
I was afraid you'd say that. I got an offer from the Republic.
Oh, what offer?
They want me back. Or at least the chance to,
Come back.
a chance to, do my part again for the Republic. Officially. But it mean I'd have to leave. Everyone knew.
Well, this has been a desire of yours for some time.
Yes.
I suppose I do not understand your hesitation. I suppose I should ask, what does this group mean to you?
I mean, it means a lot to me. I've almost died fighting alongside these fools.
I resemble everyone.
Excuse me.
You were almost one of them.
You interrupted my conversation.
That is true.
But, the mission, if it wasn't an important mission, I wouldn't do it, but
And he'll kind of like look around the room. It's empty.
DP looks too.
No.
And in a lower voice, he says,
the Republic's going back to Balmora.
Back to Balmora.
Back to where it started for us. They're gonna try and take it back.
That does change things.
It does.
How much time do you have to consider your offer?
Oh shoot, I didn't even ask. I said it has to go back to them. Oh no, they can be in Balmora right. Oh no.
You got the sense it wasn't like immediate.
okay.
Because Admiral Dabrin was like, he said that, you could have time. He wasn't particular on it. He's probably trying to keep that part of it pretty hush-hush, but it didn't seem urgent for the conversation you had with the Admiral.
This still was a
It
funny
would
freak
probably
out.
not
We
be
want an
urgent.
answer in a week.
I imagine you only found out about this the past week.
Yes.
There's time for stress later.
Okay. But that's what I've been thinking about lately.
I understand. That is quite the conundrum. Let me know what you decide.
I will.
I will also need to consider if I will join you. My memories start on Balmora, and I spoke to Gratis 3 weeks ago.
Approximately, yeah.
And evidently, I was created at the Okaran Droid Factory.
I see. Well, if you do come, I'd be happy to have you. If I do go. But it also makes me wonder what these guys would do without us, you know?
They got along without us before. It's only been a handful of months. Very non-specific amount of time.
It's been roughly like maybe 3 months at this point.
I was gonna say you're a droid. You should
Like
have
two and a
all
half,
the
two and
information.
a half to 3-ish months. I think.
I have a question.
Are you guys still going?
Sorry.
That's basically it.
Okay.
How thin are these walls?
Um,
Because we are right
Oh.
across.
They're-
Like, literally right across.
I'd say they're not that thin that you can hear everything they're saying.
Oh, like
Okay.
that?
Yeah.
That's actually so.
Yeah.
That's not a wall. That's actually just one in the game. That's just one room.
I know.
I'm saying that it's separated into multiple rooms.
Okay,
If
yeah,
that is the
then, yeah.
wall between it, it looks thin. But I'd say that they're not being super loud about this. Paul's
Okay.
being loud because he has to make sure he reaches the
I
microphone.
know. That's fine. I'm
Stage
just-
whisper.
It's enough to. It's thick enough that you don't hear everything that
Okay.
happens, except for like when Robbery tries to stab you in the throat.
What?
Yeah.
What?
One
No.
time.
One time.
Can't prove anything. No body, no crime.
Okay.
There's almost no two bodies.
Shush.
Well, if no one else has anything else they would like to do in the meantime, we will make it to Nar Shaddaa.
Nar Shaddaa!
You arrive in the system, and technically you arrive at now Hutt, because Nar Shaddaa, like I said before, is the moon, or one of the moons of Hutt. It's the closest one to the planet. It's called the Smuggler's moon. You get there, and it's a very similar sort of traffic pattern to Coruscant, and you can see that the moon itself also kind of has, you see like Coruscant from space, you can see like the lines of lights that kind of ring and spiral through the city, but again, Nar Shaddaa is basically space Vegas, in the sense that it is like Vegas, that you see this like big like cluster of lights and then just nothingness. Have you ever flown over Vegas at night? That's what it's like. It's light
Oh, yeah.
and then nothing. And
Yeah.
that's what it is on Nar Shaddaa too, because like it is basically a big city on one part of the moon.
Lots of friendship.
You want to know where they're getting all that light? All those lights? Different
So
all the electricity, all the electrical power.
so you fall.
DP just started
Sorry.
breakdancing.
Oh,
He
nice.
has an integrated
Cool.
strobe light.
It's a feature in the Skywalker saga.
There you go.
Oh, boy.
But you guys fall into the traffic pattern. Dex, since you're flying, you get
So
into the
I'm
traffic pattern above Nar
Definitely-
Shaddaa.
I'm definitely like kind of freaking out a little bit with all these lights.
Yeah, it's very similar to Coruscant, except for when you get down there, it's a lot more smoggy. And you know it's space Vegas. Like all the normal, like all the buildings are covered in giant holographic neon signs, advertising just about everything. Advertising bars, advertising the casino that you're going to, advertising the promenade, which is like kind of a central shopping district near the casinos, advertising different people you can meet here on the planet, and just all these sorts of things. And the buildings are like extremely tall because they're also clustered together, very much like Coruscant, but if you were able to just cut out a slice of it and be able to see how it works. Dex, you from basically the planetary, there's a word for it that I don't want to look up right now because it's going to take me too long.
Shadow?
No, it's like whenever you arrive in the system, you get kind of an update, sort of like what the planet's going on, what's going on in the planet, weather.
Gotcha.
Your
Oh, that's-
system is updating.
He gets the
You just
patch
shut
notes.
down.
Yeah, you get
Reboot.
you basically figure out the best place for you to land would be the Ducalon spaceport, which is one of the spaceports close to the promenade, close to the casino itself. And actually, once you enter into orbit, actually no, never mind. You head to the spaceport. You head to the Ducalon spaceport. It's 150 credits per rotation.
What?
So basically, every day you're gonna pay 150 credits to park there.
That's ridiculous.
That's okay.
So you get there, and you land,
Parking ain't cheap.
and once you do, you get you actually get contacted basically by air traffic control, and you're met. Do you answer?
Yeah, yeah.
You answer, okay. And you're met with a rather rotund, weak-way individual who's like, "You guys, the Stargazer, right?
That is us, yes.
I got a note here from a big guy like me. His name was Vinny. He told me to send you guys over to the Slippery Slopes Cantina on the promenade once you guys got here. He arrived like 4 days ago."
We appreciate it. We will definitely follow up on that.
All right, well, thank you.
Good
Have a
old-
great
good
day.
Old Vinny.
Have a great day. And he cuts the communication. He didn't seem too interested.
No, he sounds like he's having a long day.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
To clarify, have we arrived with 7 days to spare, or did we leave?
You left 7 days
until we have
before,
to?
so there will be 2 days until the party.
Okay.
So, do you guys go to the Slippery Slopes Cantina?
Might as well. There's nothing else to do as far as I
I mean,
know.
that's where we're parking. Well, yeah. Let's
What
do it.
else is there?
So,
What
Uh,
else is there?
when you get out into the spaceport, you have to take, and this spaceport's different from the ones you normally see because normally the ones you've been parking in are like in the ground sort of deal. But this one, it actually, because the buildings are so freakishly tall, you actually can just kind of pull right in. But you have to take an elevator up to kind of the main transit level. You get there, and you have to take a speeder. Kind of like a. Basically, you have to take the bus over because you get out there, and you're at the top of this extremely tall building, looking at this really gross city. Because it's what Coruscant tries to clean up the air. Nar Shaddaa done. Like it smells like car exhaust. It smells like cigarettes or death sticks. It smells bad. And Byra, this is extremely. You don't like this at all.
Oh no, I'm like.
Being from a pristine, clean air planet of nature.
I'm dying. I'm like, how are my tendrils doing? I'm sure they're kind of like.
They're not terribly happy right now.
No.
And the air feels, or I guess that temperature
The
feeling you get
temperature.
from that feels even more stale than it did on Coruscant. So you guys have to pay. You have to pay 20 credits each to take the shuttle over to the promenade, which you can
What
actually
is this?
you can actually see it from here. It's just this kind of floating, blocky sort of structure just out towards it, and actually off to the upper left, you can see there are 2 very large structures in similar shape, very rounded and kind of domed, with 3 smaller domes on kind of the 2 on the front and 1 in the back, and these are the casinos. One of which is the one you were going to, but the promenade where Vinny sent you to is over to the right. So, what did I say? 30 credits or 20 credits?
20.
20 credits per to take the shuttle down to the promenade. You get to the promenade, and this is the strip, basically. So, hive of scum and villainy, lots of people doing shady crap in there's no really alleyways, but there are dark corners. There's some like
You wanna buy a sundial?
there's some like barges, kind of like Hutt style sail barges parked there, as well as a couple of landing plats for smaller shuttles or starships that may be dropping off cargo. I will say, actually, yeah, DP and Coda, you guys are actually kind of Coda are actually kind of familiar with this because Barish has his mercantile office here on the promenade.
Seems just like it was when we left.
Exactly.
And as you walk through this corridor into this larger open area, this is kind of a building, but also kind of an open air, marketplace sort of deal. And there's this giant freaking statue of a Hutt just in the center of it with fountain water, basically the Bellagio fountain all around it. Big spotlights flowing up onto it.
Ooh, that's not a flattering angle.
Yeah, and you come at it from the back, so.
Ugh.
And you see that there are stalls and shops on different parts, and I believe it's on the 2nd level.
I don't want to see a Hutt's backside.
And I'll say DP and Coda, you know where the Slippery
I'm not
Slopes
doing so
is.
good.
it's not that far from Barisha's Mercantile. So
Can I go back and say that we would give Barisha's Major Domo the heads up that, hey, we're arriving around this time.
yeah, sure.
And where should we coordinate all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, same with Caecilius.
Yeah, they said that kind of stuff will be taken care of in the days preceding the party.
Great.
It's one of those, they try to keep details on what's going to happen really close, where it's like, we're not going to tell you a week in advance because we don't want any sort of security breaches. So it's like, we're basically going to tell you, about a day before, sort of deal. So you go to the Slippery Slopes Cantina, and it is bigger and more lavish than any cantina you've been in. The one on Terrace was pretty ramshackle, run by Caecilius. It was decent, but at the same time, not the greatest thing. And the Craze Crate, kind of in the slums of Coruscant, had a sort of nice decor, but very dark. This one, bright. Again, all out of lighted neon lights around it, as well as you got a lot of dancers. You've got ones up in this kind of, not like a box that are being hollow projected to different parts of the cantina. Waitresses, waiters, and just a bunch of decadence all around. And you see, leaning on the wall close to the entrance of the door, and next to another door, is your Hulk friend, Vinny. And he looks at you, he gives you the nod, and he's like, and he walks into this doorway without saying anything else. He just kind of nods at you and then walks in.
Vinny's just so happy to be here. No, it's Lenny.
Lenny. Well, one of them.
They're all happy
Yeah,
to be
they're.
here.
Well, do we follow? We're following.
Yeah.
So you follow him in, and you kind of go into this side room that's kind of this sort of VIP lounge area. Real nice. It's got its own bar on the far wall side, and you can see it's kind of stocked with a whole bunch of different drinks. It's got a little mini refrigerator behind it. There's tables all around, nice carpeted areas, and with his feet up is Delic Maze, sitting there in kind of his more normal attire. He's not really fancy dressed yet. He sees you guys walk, he's like, "Hey, there they are. I figured I'd see you guys sooner or later. I figured I'd lend a hand. At least as much of a hand as I can." So,
Two of them.
I do. Very astute observation, Mr. Asdapace.
Every time, I forget.
You're for like a split second, like, what? Oh, right.
I never forget.
I'm just like, because my head, like, my eyes are on the sides of my head.
Yeah.
But, like, one of them, like, they're both gonna look toward Asdapace, but like, you're only gonna see the one. I'm like,
All right.
We all just slowly look at us.
He looks over, and you can actually hear as Vinny closes the door behind you. He's like, "Great, now that we've got some privacy, we got here a few days ago. I've been doing a little bit of reconnaissance, because I will say this real quick right now. You guys have been talking, and specifically you promised me his head, right? So if this is going to happen, I cannot directly be involved in any said violent behavior. It would only escalate the conflict between Exchange and Black Sun even more, to a point where bloodshed would be, real bad. Yes."
So do you need his actual head? Because
I'm just gonna like, sling over my grenade launcher.
because this tends to disintegrate them. So
I mean, it
I
would-
need to know if I need to use a stun grenade or a poison grenade or a thermal detonator.
That will change our avenue of attack.
Because if you use a thermal detonator, he might just fly off the casino.
I'm sure he might. That's a very excellent
What kind of
question.
options?
The head, it can just be in a metaphorical sense. You can bring me whatever part of him is left, as long as it's, couth. But the head itself might be nice, a little bit of a thing to show off to the other guys, Especially because I'm kind of like your sponsor here. So if I were to bring Raymond Black's head, it would be great for my rep. But at the same time, again, I cannot directly help you. Vinny, Jenny, and Lenny are in here too. It's not just Delic. Vinny, Jenny, and Lenny can't help you in any sort of violent behavior. But I figure, at the very least, do a little bit of recon, see what I can provide for you before everything goes down, right?
Okay.
So,
Just want to make sure you knew that it's not guaranteed you're gonna get some head.
I didn't think about it until after I said it.
The Deveronian looks like he's trying not to laugh very much. You can hear Vinny behind you. And Delic points at him like, stop. You should be
yelling at you in chat, by the way.
You should take some damage right now.
This is a clean stream.
You should be a comedian, Mr. Face. Anyway, Jenny, would you mind hitting the lights? And Jenny goes and taps a switch on the wall, and the lights kind of dim. And there's a holo projector in the middle of the room, and Delic goes over to it, clicks it, and you see this holographic image of one of those domed buildings with the 3 domes on the side pull up in front of you. He's like, all right, this... Let me pull up my notes. This is the Club Vertica Casino. Very much similar to the Star Vertica Casino right next to it, but we're not going to talk about that one. So, as I sent a message to you guys earlier that we got wind that Raymond Black has reserved the penthouse, and the Lenny hits a couple of switches, and it zooms into like sort of the top near the back of the casino, where there's this room. He's like, all right, he's reserved the penthouse at the back. Now, unfortunately, he will not be arriving until the party, so it's locked down pretty tight. Can't get in there. And let me see here. There's a lot of businesses. You don't really need to know about the wings, about the sides of anything like that. However, the main floor is pretty general. He zooms on the main floor, and it's this rounded section. There are 4 major pillars that kind of hold up the sides. Well, they go up in the middle, and then they kind of branch out that hold up this big glass dome. And then there's sort of a power-generating looking pillar in the middle. And along the side, there are 2 ramps that go up, have a middle landing, and that go out to the side wings, and then one that goes further back and out towards the back wing, which is where the penthouse is. He's like, so here at this top landing and right beneath it is where the Hutts are going to be. Barish or Barga will be on the bottom at his birthday table, and the rest of them, well, most of them will be down there too, but there'll be others up at the top. However, access to the back wing will still be accessible. Just don't piss off the Gamorreans. They're not friendly.
Yeah, we know.
Unless you give them really nice drink. Gamorreans love drinks, you know? I once had a... You know, I'm not going to get it. But either way.
Story for another time.
Security will be everywhere. Gamorreans mostly, but they will also hire other security that will blend in with the crowd and other locations. So... You know, don't piss anybody off. I can't tell you anything else about anyone that's going to be here. But the main floor is where most of the stuff's going to be. A lot of the gaming tables will be switched out. Some of them will still be there. Slot machines will still be there. I think they're giving away a speeder bike or something. But they'll still be there. So there's options if you guys fancy a game. But...
T27 matter?
What?
T27 matter?
I don't know what that is. I should have actually looked up speeder bike.
What'd you say, Lindsay?
I just was laughing at giving away a speeder bike.
I don't know what it is.
I should have. Darn it! It's the one thing
Paul's
I forgot to
keeping
do
you
today.
on your toes.
It's the one thing I forgot to do today. So the penthouse right now is inaccessible. Security, exchange security has it locked down tight. I also have caught word of another individual that will be there that I think you should watch out for. His name is Dr. Vascon.
Does that name sound familiar to me?
No.
He's the
What's his name?
scientist. Hutt?
No, that's Dr. Agora.
Okay.
Dr. Vascon is Raymond Black's basically right-hand man, head geneticist and cyber technician for the exchange. Really thin, pale, kind of pointy chin dude. Got a bunch of cybernetics. Kind of like yours, and he points at Dex. Kind of like yours on his face. Really thin, scraggly guy. Looks like he needs to eat a little more wampa, you know. But he'll be there. He's if he's here, it means whatever Raymond's doing and making a deal with Dr. Agora is going to be bad. Wait, no, he doesn't know about the deal. Sorry, rewinding. If he's here, whatever Raymond's doing is not gonna be good. He's freaky. All right, he gives me the heebies just looking at him.
I think it's you're someone that doesn't get the heebies very
I
often.
do not get the heebies or the jeebies very often.
He's doing the JV. That's a lot.
But if he's here, it means something big's going down. I don't know what they're doing here, but I got wind that Dr. Vascon's going to be here, so keep an eye out for him too. He's a slippery one.
I got the heebie-jeebies when I arrived here.
So
Was there
Yeah.
said or is it the Bee Gees?
no, heebies, jeebies, and the beebies.
Got the heebies and the
You staying alive?
heebies and the Bee Gees.
So
Trying to say that.
like I said, security's going to be tight. If you're going to try to start any trouble downstairs, it ain't going to work. Trust me. You will be disintegrated long before you can get off a shot. However, if he's got the penthouse, usually people like to reserve rooms in the wings to do some business. And the Hutts don't really care what goes down in the wings. Just make sure the party ain't disturbed. People have died. People have done lots of things in the meetings, but
So no grenades.
in the penthouse, anything goes.
Okay.
However, again, you'll have to get past security. I think right now you can't. But at least we tried. Jenny tried. She couldn't get nothing. It was locked down tight.
Cody's going like in his mind. He's like,
I am security.
My middle name is Security.
Oh boy.
So if you're gonna do anything, do it in the penthouse. Anything really goes in there. Vinny, Jenny, Lenny, and I will make sure you are undisturbed if you take it to the penthouse. I don't know what it is you're doing. If you want to discuss strategy, you guys have been very secretive, and to an extent, I've let you be secretive. If you prefer that we adjourn from the room, go back in the cantina, and you guys can discuss things in here. And he looks over at Gratis, who has not disguised himself. He's like, I don't remember you, but you were kind of vaguely familiar. Either way. He's a fancy Jedi. 'Cause he's wearing,
because he's in it, yeah.
he's wearing his normal clothes, and he's got a lightsaber on his hip.
That's one way of saying it.
So if you guys would prefer that we leave so you can talk in private, I'm more than willing to do so. If you're I'd like to stay. I'd like to know what you guys are up to. But again, I like you, so I'm gonna let you do what you need.
What does everyone think?
I don't care if he's here or not.
I mean, I'm basically going to be air support. I won't be able to go many places.
Can I hydrate? Can I get some water? I'm
Oh yeah,
feeling
Lenny. Get a nice lady some water here.
Moisturize me.
Literally,
Lenny goes
I'm
by.
so dry. Like,
Lenny goes behind and comes in. He's like, does anybody want anything? We got water. Yeah.
I'll take some water. as
Okay,
well.
some water. Anybody else?
yeah, like maybe a gallon for me.
All right, do the. Never
Maybe a
mind.
shot
I'll just get some waters for everybody. Lenny goes and passes out water to everybody.
Do you have a spare screwdriver?
I'm just like.
And then
Pour
Vinny
some on
comes
my
up behind you.
shoulders a little
Here
bit.
you go.
Hands it
like
back.
a desert.
Thank you. Puts it back on his belt.
I'm used to this.
All right, so what's going? We staying or we going?
If we are relying on you for information and for planning, having that information on our end be accessible to you will be valuable.
All right. Very eloquently spoken. I've always liked this droid, by the way.
We like him too.
All right, we'll stick around. What's the plan? What are you guys doing here? I don't really know the details. I know Raymond's gonna be here. No, we don't like him. You don't like him. What's going on?
I mean, I'm kind of at the penthouse. Just 'cause that means I get to use my grenades.
I am not surprised in the least.
I think we should try subtlety first.
Yes.
We have a number of ways that we could go about this, but I think everything has to hinge on him being in the penthouse.
I will direct your attention to roll 20,
Ah!
as this is basically the floor plan of the casino. Ignore the little arrow. That's my character from the game. I kidding. That's where I took the screenshot from. Whoops. There you go.
So just point out real quick where the banquet is going to be again.
So, frickin', where's my mouse? Here it is. So, these are the tables here. These blue bars are tables. These ones on the sides are basically buffet tables. This is where Barga is going to be right here. This is where the rest of the huts that can't fit at this table are going to be. And these are the pillars that kind of hold up the structure. And this is kind of like a central reactor. Well, not really a reactor. It's just kind of like a model reactor, just for show, just for shiny factor. And there'll be game tables kind of around the sides. And there are also slot machines on these pillars, as well as the surrounding walls.
And then there's a penthouse.
The penthouse is back up this way. And these are the ramps, like stairs, that kind of go up to the sides here, and these lead to the side wings.
Okay.
And so basically, the penthouse is clear and the wings are fine.
Like people are reserving rooms. Well, at least Delic's been saying that people will reserve rooms in the wings and out towards the back. So it's what usually kind of high end sort of stuff. What was your question, Spencer?
Oh, I was just gonna say, have I been told where I'm going to be positioned yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
No one's been told anything just yet.
But
Well, Delic, we have some compounding factors in that 3 of us bartered employment to be here.
Ah, I see. That does sort of complicate things, yeah.
I'm sure we could burn bridges and abandon our responsibilities, but
Always an option.
that is...
And if you'd like, I might be able to help out there. You know, maybe do a little bit of... I've got some secret people in there myself, so maybe they could help get you away from things, you know, attract security to a different location.
That would be invaluable.
All right, well, I'll see what I can do.
Exchange details.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we? Because so he said before that Raymond Black will he? Do you think is it reasonable to assume that he will be inclined to go to the penthouse part?
What are we doing to get him into the penthouse?
Well, from what you guys know, like Delic doesn't really know about the deal with Dr. Ogorov, but you guys do. So what Delic has been saying is that usually when someone reserves a room, it's because they want to use it for some sort of negotiation, for some sort of talk. So you assume that the deal with Dr. Ogorov is going to have to go down in the penthouse. That it's not just something they're going to discuss out in the open amongst everybody.
We just need to find a way to get into the penthouse.
Yes.
So that's our main obstacle, not necessarily getting him to the penthouse, but getting us into the penthouse.
Yeah, that's the situation you foresee.
What kind of security is there in the penthouse?
Jenny actually speaks up, and I don't remember what species Jenny is, so I'm not gonna. Jenny's like, I mean, there's a lot. From when I was trying to get in, and I'm pretty sneaky, let me tell you, but there was basically a lot of exchange thugs, 2 Trandoshans, 2 really, really unpleasant-looking Trandoshans outside the main door. And you don't see a lot of them, but they were there. And outside, I even tried going from the outside. They got the balcony covered. They got everything covered. So.
And these are specifically exchange thugs, not from the Hutts.
Yeah, they're exchange.
Okay.
They, again, the Hutts mainly worry about the main party because that's where they care most about. People can die in the wings, and as long as it gets cleaned up, they don't care about it.
Okay.
I can always,
We just gotta follow her. Thank you for following.
Thank you.
Hi.
I will say, though, it's very likely that security might loosen up come the party. You know, once the exchange people start showing up, they'll probably move away from the penthouse to protect the people at the party, especially if Raymond's there. But again, I don't really know. That's kind of the history of how it's gone. We've only been to a couple of these parties, but
Finding some way through ventilation shafts or a way in from the outside is a possibility.
That's a good idea.
I would agree with that too.
Going in SWAT team
Sweat.
through the window style.
Through the window.
I mean, could we, if the security is going to be lightened, as you say, then do you think it would be possible for us to distract our security long enough for us to go up there?
I mean, the exchange doesn't hire their goons based on their intelligence, so it might be possible to distract. I mean, I've dealt with quite a few stupids. I don't know why I said that, but quite a few idiots.
Perfect, actually.
Quite a few idiots in my day. Most of them exchange, so it's very possible.
I like that.
Because I could potentially make them forget that I was even there.
Hey, if you can do that, why not?
It's the matter of Okay. So is there like one unit of security for the whole penthouse? Like, or are there, because from the map, the penthouse is where exactly? I'm having a hard time visualizing where it is.
Back here, if you're looking at Roll20, where my character dot is, there's this passageway that leads to an elevator that will lead up to the penthouse, and the penthouse is in. So again, the casino itself is this one large rounded dome structure with 3 domes, 2 off to the side, east and west, and then 1 to the north. The penthouse is at the back dome to the north, just up an elevator. There's a balcony out there, and
Those of us with jetpacks can fly up there, can't they?
And she thinks for a second, Delic's like, yes, actually, and he taps a few keys on the thing, and he's like, there are service catwalks that lead out to the back, just in case things need to go down. So if you were able to gain access to those, you might be able to jet up to the balcony, assuming security is lessened, which is likely. Like I said, people like to keep their privacy before the party and during the party, but they might come out once the rest of the exchange bosses show up. Assuming the exchange bosses are coming. Anyway, we know Black is, but we don't know about the rest of them.
So I'm going to say this kind of to the group in general. So I can do something that will allow the guards to potentially forget that we were there. However, I can only do it once.
Is it one of your Jedi mind tricks?
For lack of a better term, yes.
Okay.
So that's the only caveat, is that I can only do it once. Because it takes too much out of me for me to do it more than one time. So if we want to use it to gain us entry into the penthouse, then that's fine, but I can't rely on it after that.
Well, as long as we do not disturb the festivities, I think we will survive.
As the PS, are you I keep doing this. I'm so sorry. I get the names confused. Kota.
Roll the deception check.
Damn it.
Please roll well.
Oh, that's a 9.
Okay, continue.
Oh no.
Are you able to do that same thing that she can?
No. Short answer, no.
You're both Jedi. I don't know much, so I just thought I'd ask.
Hey, Gravis, you're some big shot, right? Can you do the thing?
You wanna be a big shot?
No, I did not train in that particular style of.
Well, I'm surprised.
Or are we just
I do possess abilities that would be also beneficial, as you have already, as I have already demonstrated in our attack on the train station. I can enhance your abilities to make sure that we have a little more of an easier time with our interactions and encounters.
So getting in will be one thing, it's getting out that will be a different question.
Can we get a ship out to the balcony? Would that be possible for an escape?
Can we get our ship?
I mean, it's possible. If your ship can hover, which I'm sure it can, most ships do, but... I
But
mean,
who would fly the ship?
I'm a pretty good pilot.
Not
No.
Not you.
I mean, I don't know. You'd have to have someone fly it in, unless you. I mean, well, those are limited range, but
you. Because Dex will be busy on security detail. Yeesh.
I mean, yeah, I don't know about that one. It's possible, I suppose, but you have to have somebody fly it. And that's also assuming Black doesn't have his own ship parked out back there.
Doesn't Dex have remote piloting?
It has a limited range. It's like 10,000 feet, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So 2 miles?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, because 1 mile's like
just
5,000.
just under 2 miles.
Actually, that is within range.
Oh. Then that's perfect.
That is within range.
Just put it on autopilot or whatever the term is. I missed what it was called.
Remote pilot.
Yeah, remote pilot. I just have it come get us out. Get this out.
But I mean, that's gonna use a lot of fuel.
We
To
have the
fly less
money.
than 2 miles.
That's just a backup plan. Something to think about.
Having an escape route might not be the worst idea. Although, if you're saying that your captain here is going to be at the party working security, it might prove an issue for him. Unless he's totally clear. Which he might be if he stays at the party and doesn't have anything to do with what you guys are doing.
I got my easy way out.
So it's Dex and then these two that are working,
Yes.
right?
Working security. And technically, Ravari and Asdapeus are working security for Casilius.
Right, okay.
We were actually doing security. That's what I forgot. I knew we were going to.
Yes,
So, yes.
Lindsay?
If we kill Raymond Black in the penthouse, is it reasonable to assume that the party itself will not be disrupted because it happened in the penthouse?
Looking at the structure in front of you, the penthouse seems far enough away from the party that it probably wouldn't be noticed. You know, unless you did something extremely big, like set off
shoot the
all
ships.
or like if you set off all of the grenades you have,
Yeah,
someone
they
might
setting up
notice. Yes.
grenades.
Or like
Mr. Deadman Switch.
something that might be noticed from the outside or even from within, but it looks far enough away that you should actually be relatively isolated. You might be able to pull it off.
Is there any way to get? There's no other way to get out of this structure besides the way you come in, essentially.
There is the balcony. Like Delica said, it's maybe possible to get a ship out there that you could board it while it's hovering. And the balcony is pretty sizable too, from what you can see.
But Raymond's ship is going to be there, correct?
Potentially.
Okay.
I could try to.
You could just steal Raymond's ship.
We could
I
do
thought
that.
that too, actually.
Or I could put a charge on it. Or 3.
I mean, I can send and receive decoded messages, so you guys can get up there and let me know if you need the ship, and I can send the ship to you guys.
That is true. He does have that capability.
And then if not, if Raymond's ship is there, then I think you should just hack the ship and take that one on.
mean, personally, I don't see anything wrong with that, but that's
I
just
mean,
me.
your pilot is stuck, but I'm sure there's other people who could pilot the ship.
+4 to piloting, I could pilot.
Would you say, Spencer, that you would have shown me how to fly at any point?
Sure, I would have shown you the basics of flying.
I can fly.
And you have a high enough
No.
intelligence that it's not difficult. You're not proficient in it, but
Okay.
it's one you're definitely not going to have a difficult time figuring it out. It's just
Okay.
Skippy could help.
yeah,
Snappy.
Snappy could help.
That's Skippy.
It's Skippy now.
Snappy.
Skippy snappy.
Skippy Snappy.
Snappy skippy.
Snappers.
Okay. I mean, I've never really tried
Peanut
it.
butter?
I could fly the ship if possible. I've never done it. I am not confident in my abilities, but if worse comes to worse, I could fly the ship.
I'm confident in my abilities. Maybe you should have me fly the ship. Coming from your armor.
I'm sorry, did I ask for your opinion?
No, but I'm here anyway.
Do we hear it?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
wow.
It's
Delic's
coming
like,
from my whole body.
why is her armor speaking?
New upgrade.
Do you have a
I
new
got.
crewmate I don't know about besides this one?
No, it's an AI upgrade I got to my armor, and he has a bit of a mouth on him.
I actually don't
Oh, wait, I
have a
forget
mouth.
it's on
Goodbye,
my
Aqua.
wristband thing.
Good night, Agua. I actually don't have a mouth. I just have the ability to vocalize.
It's a figure of speech. You
I don't understand metaphors.
That's Bill Cipher that said that.
Yeah.
She's just kind of drumming her fingers the way I am right now, trying to not blow
Okay,
up.
so sassy armor. Love it. But make sure that thing is muted when you're at the party.
Mute.
Okay, I have a question to pose to the group.
Okay.
If Raymond Black is in the middle of his deal with this doctor, are we going to kill the doctor too?
If he resists.
And if it's in grenade range.
Which doctor are you referring to?
The one that he's making the deal with? What's his name?
Dr. Agorab?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, are we going to leave witnesses? Like, is he going to be a problem is he going to alert people to our presence?
Gratis actually speaks up at this point. He says, Dr. Agorab is actually very well known for being quite different from his Hutt cousins. He has more of a moral structure than the rest of them. Perhaps a tactic could be to prevent the meeting altogether, appealing to his good-natured side. He does want the progression of science and other means, but perhaps we can convince him otherwise. I believe killing Dr. Ogorab would be a tremendous loss for the scientific community in the fact that he has at least some lines that he will not cross, unlike Raymond Black.
Does it seem like he's telling the truth?
Roll an insight check.
And this
I'm
is
just curious because I'm
Good.
curious. I'm not doubting him. It's just
Where the freak is my answer?
would it be DP's understanding that, like in the show, killing a Hutt
17.
would have ripple effects in like revenge and alliances, and like, maybe not a great idea?
I mean, you're considering killing a head of a crime family already. There's gonna be repercussions no matter who you kill. Like, if you kill Raymond Black, depending on how well you can get away with all of this stuff, like, if no one can trace back to you, then perfectly fine, but there will probably be repercussions. And Dr. Agorab, roll a lore check for me.
I think I'm proficient.
Take the body with you and dump it out of the ship. Whichever ship that is, away.
17? Okay. So, especially also from what Gratis has told you, I would say you could figure that Agorab is not really affiliated with crime families in the sense that he's not a part of them. It's kind of his own separate entity. It might have, but he is very valuable to the Hutts in the sense that he does develop a lot of technology for them. So there might be repercussions if you killed him.
Okay.
Well then,
There might be
let's
repercussions.
not kill the Hutt then. But
I rolled the 16 on my insight.
Okay.
how are we
Mercedes,
going
what do
to establish?
he's telling the truth.
How are we going to decide that it's okay that we're killing Raymond Black? Like, I don't know. I have many questions.
Later. Mr. Spike is sticking them right here. We can. He said that we can appeal to his moral ground. So if we try to convince him that this is a bad thing.
Was that a racial slur?
No, I just don't like him.
Okay.
No, you're not a stick in the mud, I.
I think he just complimented you.
We are in a meeting.
He's still sus.
So would it be wise for somebody to approach Dr. Ogorov separately?
I can do it.
No.
Delic says, during the party, you can talk to whoever you want to. Some people don't talk to each other, like if Raymond's there, oh no, I'm not talking to him. But, you can talk to just about anybody. Sometimes they'll have security. Dr. Ogorov doesn't care much for security. He doesn't consider himself much of a target. He's not particularly invaluable, and most people don't really appreciate his value, so he's never really a target. I didn't know Dr. Ogorov was going to be here, but I do know a little bit about him. So you can talk to him. You can talk to him just about anybody you want to. It's a party, after all. It's the best part. Talking to people. People are great or terrible.
I'm posing as a Sith apprentice, so I don't really feel like it's my place to approach him necessarily.
I'm fairly certain I could get my little group there to talk to him. Not you.
I mean, I can do it too.
We will be potentially stuck at work unless whatever arrangements Delic can make for us happen.
That might have to be arranged for when you guys have to go to the penthouse. If you guys have to go to the penthouse. I never really considered the option that you guys could just prevent the meeting, because that don't necessarily get me Raymond's head. But that is a path if you wish to pursue it, I guess.
We can always just, have the Hutt not show up.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be possible.
I mean, to the penthouse.
Or the penthouse?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah. I mean,
Because if Black thinks the Hutt's still gonna go up there, then he's gonna go up there. And then he's gonna be alone.
And then we could show up in
you just ghost Raymond Black.
Dr. Ogorov.
Stood me up.
Essentially,
Got
yeah.
stopped by a Hutt.
We could take his place.
Yeah.
Greta
As
says,
our own scene of the meeting.
Greta says, I believe that might work, because if one of us were to approach him and to reveal the nature of Raymond's deal, because from what I was told from that captain I interrogated, it didn't seem as though Dr. Ogorov knew the nature of the deal he was making, at least not yet. So perhaps the repulsive nature of this whole endeavor might put him off to the idea. But we shall have to see.
If that, for some reason, doesn't work, I think we're going to have to crash the meeting, so to speak.
That might be a necessity, yes, if we are unable to convince Dr. Ogorov.
Well, then who of us is going to speak to the doctor?
I slowly put your hand down.
You're just reminding me of Mole here. It's like, for the
Talking-
good of the mission, I will do it!
Talking to him as in
What
like
you said earlier.
distracting him.
I was trying to persuade him. Basically trying to tell him, hey, this isn't a good thing. He wants to make rat ghouls. Like, this is bad. Seeing if he buys it.
Pretty good
So let us go in
persuasion.
your place and kill Lady Black.
I do not.
I
It's the one
think
charisma
I
skill
might
that
be
Don
able
does.
to talk to him and convince him to,
I'd be there to
Back out.
help.
I should
Give,
just...
give advantage.
What else?
I'll flank him for.
That's not what I
I'll
meant.
be
but-
behind him.
I'm right behind him. Does she get advantage?
I'm standing. I could go with you, Robert.
Alright.
Make a note of that.
I mean, depending on our security details, what our
I'm gonna
Sounds
look to Gratis.
Naturally.
Wait.
What'd you say, Lindsay?
I was gonna say I was gonna look to Gratis and say, what do you think of your potential chances to convince him?
I believe our chances might be good. Given the neutral nature of the Hutt cartel, Dr. Gorob has no leanings one way or another to Republic or Empire, so I don't think the presence of Sith would off-put him to ruin our chances. I can be very persuasive if I need to be. Or, if even necessary, I can increase your ability to be persuasive. If you should decide, you might have a better shot.
Me?
What's your persuasion like?
My persuasion is only a +3.
Okay, Gratis's is better actually, but yeah.
Yeah, I have a high charisma, but it's probably not as high as his.
Yes.
There was a moment when DP said, "I can go with you, Ruffrey." Was it? Who said that? Making note of that.
That was Delic.
Can I make an insight check as to what he meant by that?
Sure.
That is
So
18. So he mentioned earlier, he's got people there hidden that he'll have in place to like get you guys away from security in the event that you guys have to go up and shoot Raymond Black in the head. So it feels as though he's just sort of making note, like if she approaches Orgorov, have guy get DP away from security.
Okay.
So that he could be part of the
Okay. For some reason,
conversation.
I couldn't help but think that like Ravi withheld her name or went under a different alias, and he was like checking that as her actual name.
That's right, because I just said that my name was Ree.
Yeah.
Well, Rav Ree. It's
Be a nickname.
I actually forgot about that part.
Yeah, me too. It's been a while.
you shouldn't have said anything.
Just stop saying each other's names at this point.
or just stop lying.
Lakota.
Okay, so
Anyway, but yeah, that's what I was. Sorry.
Yeah.
Scalpel.
And then Lindsay's got
Question.
Cudgel.
Yeah, go ahead, Lindsay.
So, if we're going to have Raymond Black be in the penthouse but keep the Hutt at the party, which ones of us are going to go to the penthouse then?
Well, it's not necessarily to keep him occupied at the party. It's to convince him not to go.
Well, yeah, but
I think the idea is for all of you to go in the penthouse.
all of us.
It's
'Cause
very
I'm-
likely that Raymond will have lots of security and really dangerous stuff. So yeah, I've heard he's one tough cookie. So you might need as many of yous as you can get. Just my suggestion. That's why none of us have been able to take him out. He's tough. He's tougher than he looks.
I am in agreement.
If it were easy, you'd have done it already.
Exactly. Thank you. This one understands it.
Okay. I was just making sure that who was going to be there, so we would be aware of that.
And if you ruin this deal, he might just be pissed. Just saying.
Austin, I have a mechanics question for you, but I'm just going to text it to you because it's complicated.
Okay, go ahead. I'll
Okay.
answer it when I can.
Yeah, no problem.
It seems like we got a plan.
Which is?
Yeah, it's a rough idea.
We talk to the Hutt. Hutt doesn't go. We go up with good luck.
Seems like a plan.
Our form of escape.
We
Awesome.
fly.
All right, Peter Pan.
Dan Coda just jumps off the casino.
Got it now!
Remind me, who has jetpacks? Jax has a jetpack.
We have exojets. That's what it is.
Those are different.
Yeah.
Those are lateral.
Don't you have?
I've got a climbing speed
No.
if I have 3 arms free.
I nixed it because I got the super
Oh,
sets.
that's
Oh,
right.
shit. I thought you got a
Just
jetpack. So one person has a jetpack, but he's not going to be, or at least, yeah, he's going to stay in the casino.
I can climb as long as
I'm
there's...
useless.
You're not useless. You're remote piloting our ship. It's
You
fine.
are the getaway driver at this point.
You also have a steady job.
Car.
Yeah, you're supporting this family. I
Yeah,
work all
like,
day to support you. I mean, that seems like a pretty solid plan.
We'll just have to improvise when things go wrong.
Yeah, that normally does happen. Yeah.
So now how are we going to know, depending on how things go with the doctor, how are we going to know when to go up to the penthouse?
Probably when Raymond goes up to the penthouse.
But if we are all scattered about, either doing security, talking to people...
We'll just have to keep an eye out.
I'll keep an eye on it.
Okay.
And I'll signal to you guys when it's ready to go. I'm already probably going to be looking at him anyway. I can't stand the sight of him. Yeah, I can't take my eyes off him. You know when you hate someone that much? You just hate him and you can't stop looking at him because you just freaking hate that shiny chrome dome head of his. Sorry, I'm working through some things.
Coda will like look toward
Side-eye
grass.
I am incapable of such emotion.
Outside
Kind
Gratis is
eyes.
like just 5 minutes and he's like, use your anger. Use your pain.
Coda will then like actually speak to Gratis and says,
So, Specky, my nectar, where are you gonna be?
He looks at Delic and Delic looks back.
Might not.
I
Did you look up Star Wars insults before
I
this?
just make that up on the spot.
As I
Oh my
explained back on Coruscant, I have great investment in seeing to it that Raymond Black is dealt with. The existence of this project is far too dangerous. I will be there right alongside you to ensure that he is dispatched.
Can you be like
Gotta
30
kill
feet
him.
in front of me?
What for?
Just so I don't run him beside me.
I am a melee combatant, so most likely I will be a distance away from you, yes. Probably right next to your friend here, who is he points to DP, who is incredibly fast, and also a melee combatant.
So I will also probably be by his side the entire night. I am supposed to be his apprentice after all.
Well, your abilities dictate you probably keep a distance, at least in any potential combat scenario, and to be told, the facades will drop once we reach the penthouse. There's no need to continue the charade unless we see necessary, but in combat, I'd prefer you stay away. You're a bit more fragile.
Way to put that nicely.
Lindsay, what's your hit points?
I'm a Sith, we don't do nice.
Actually, roll.
Can confirm.
Hey, Paul, what's
Yeah, well, what are your hit points?
points for your new character, your sorcerer?
You have low hit points again.
Well, my sorcerer's actually got pretty decent hit points. My current hit points is not decent.
Yeah, the mini droid has more hit points than you do.
He does.
I just wanted to make a joke about his sorcerer.
I probably have fewer hit points than you. Okay, we all understand that.
How many hit points do you have? I'm curious. How many hit points do you have?
30.
How many do you have?
I have you beat by 2.
Oh.
The fighter.
She has a D6, you have a D8.
That's true.
He has a D10. I don't know what his excuse is.
Because it's Paul.
You need to stop rolling.
Yeah. Is this acceptable as a plan to the rest of you?
I have fewer hit points than Fate. His freaking droid.
The little probe droid has a lot of hit points.
Oh boy.
He beats boy.
I'm not. I'm squishy.
I think that is I'm slipping a Gratis impression there.
I apologize.
Are you mocking me?
When you were sleeping, Gratis snuck into your room and reprogrammed his voice. Just really freak them out.
It's like the AI where you have to have the
Some
voice sound, so he's like,
For some reason, this is my voice now.
My plan is coming to fruition.
Speaking of that,
Every droid in the galaxy will speak like me. That's it.
You know, you're reminding me of Bowler Hat
I know.
from Meet the Robinsons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From Meet the Robinsons.
Ooh.
Why aren't you seizing them?
I'm just a big head and little arms.
Let's just do this.
Let's
They are
just
yeah, just go for it.
Go for it.
Let's
Okay.
go.
So, let's go take a break. And we will
Take a
get
break.
to the party later. I'm going to run some ads. Go ahead, get some water, go to the bathroom, do whatever you need to do. We'll be right back.
I need to
Party.
All right, we are back, everybody. So, over the next couple of days, some of those of you who are security details receive your instructions. Well, actually, everybody receives their instructions. Dex, Kota, and DP, who are to report at a section in the West Wing. There's like a security landing pad that you guys can be shuttled to. You will meet with your respective major domos. They will tell you your location. They will tell you upon arrival. Excuse me. Got a burp incoming. Ravri and Asdepeus, you're working security for Caecilius. He is going to meet you at the promenade, and you will all shuttle over to the casino together. Miria and Byra.
Yep.
Miria, you are a HoloNet security rep. Basically, that's what you've been given. And Byra is your security.
I'm gonna be very overdressed.
Well, everyone's going to be overdressed. You're basically what you're representing the security side of Holland. At least that's what you've been given.
Pretty good.
Okay.
So you basically represent cybersecurity.
I have
On behalf of
something,
Beth Jesus. Yes?
something really quick before we all separate.
Go ahead.
I am going to go up to Robbery really quick before we go.
You cast calm motions on her again.
No, I'm not going to cast calm emotions on her. Thank you very much. What I am going to do though,
Clam emotions.
what I am going to do is I am going to pull out an item from my bag, and I'm going to. It's a ring. It's my ring of force casting, force storing, and I am going to just kind of reach out, take your hand, and put it in your hand. I'm going to say, "I'm trusting you with this." Whoa, why did that open up?
Should you?
Right. Say, I'm trusting you with this. It has invisibility, it has stun, and it has a heal in it.
It requires attunement.
It requires attunement?
Yes. Most of the items y'all got require attunement.
Lame sus.
Well, we can also like have this be like an hour out.
Or like even a couple days, like within the days that we.
Could I give it to her in
That's
enough?
true. She could give it within like the couple days that we're there.
What things do you have with modification slots?
The only
Can
thing
I-
have with the
Can I give it to her with enough time for her to attune to it?
Anything else?
If you give it to her with enough time to attune to
I
it,
have a cowl and a belt.
That have stuff.
the
Would that be
cowl
enough?
requires attunement. Any of your class-specific items you've been given require attunement.
Okay, so I have
You have
2 things.
you have 3 because you said
And your
cowl and belt
your
Cowl,
belt
and blaster.
your belt
Right,
does
fine.
require it.
My belt doesn't.
Your
so
wep-
I only have 2.
Your belt does require it.
It does.
Your weapons do not.
Okay, so I have 2 things.
My weapons do.
You do? Okay, unless
So-
you have something specific on them that does require attunement.
So we can get into it.
Or are you saying that every...
Well, I know from my reading of the rules that all 3 of my slots are full.
Oh, okay, so... Okay.
So at this ring, all 3 of mine would be full as well.
So what is the rules? What do the rules say?
So the modifiable item chassis, they all require attunement.
Oh, they do.
So, you know,
They do.
reason being, you do not want to have shield, armor, modified weapon,
And then 3
modified
attunable
clothes.
items. That makes
you know.
sense. So, do you have modified weapons and armor, or armor, right?
Or
Yes,
clothes.
my vibroblade. The
Okay, so
prototype.
you do have 3 slots already filled. You'd have
Okay,
to
I will
forego
have
one of your
Okay.
enhanced items.
Okay, well then maybe I'll just keep it for myself then.
Okay.
All for me.
I
I will
don't know.
say, I would say it requires you would need the ability to cast the force power to know how to use it.
So you could give it to Byron.
Because it uses the force ability of the person who puts the force spells into it.
Oh, does it say that?
It seems like it's a copy of the Ring of Spell Storing.
At least that's what I remember.
Let me. Any creature. Never mind. You could do it. You'd have to attune to it and unattune from something.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing for D&D.
So yeah, you could if you wanted to. You'd have to unattune from one of your things. I totally didn't realize they required attunement, so I'm sorry if you guys bought like 6 things and can't use them now. That's on me.
No, I only have those 3 things.
Surprisingly, I only have one.
Okay.
I think everyone should be fine in the number
Yeah.
of things they have.
Because I have 2 lightsabers. And then I got my gauntlets, but then I got the
Okay.
haste. So I can just.
Well,
But it's-
So
let me
I-
check the boots.
I don't think anybody
I
else.
checked.
What are they called again?
Slipstring
What'd you
kickers.
say, Lindsay?
Oh, I was just kind of thinking out loud. I think I'm going to be able to attune to it, but no one else is going to be able to attune to it.
Okay. That's fine.
I think the gauntlets do too. I'm pretty sure.
No
Yeah,
worries.
the gauntlets definitely do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the warrior.
Alright.
No, they
Well,
don't.
They don't.
The gauntlets. Okay, so your class specific abilities don't require.
Really? I
How
thought
the-
they did. That's
Wait,
weird.
like the offensive augments and stuff.
No, like the so. I'll check those in a
Sorry,
minute.
like
Hang on.
The item augments.
So this is like a separate one. They're called gauntlets of the warrior.
Yeah, so like her cowl. So Shayla, your cowl does not require attunement.
Oh, it doesn't?
actually.
Cool. So
How do I
I
not know about
only
this
have
entire
2.
class of magic item?
Okay, yeah, and the offensive augments that are specific to your class
So-
do not require attunement.
They
So-
don't, but they require an item that.
And I
does
have the 2
require
chassis.
They require a slot. So yeah,
Yeah, they require
So I
the
can-
prototype.
those 2 chassis will fill up.
So I
your-
have 2, but then I have the boots of haste.
The gauntlets do not.
So
take,
the gauntlets don't take a slot.
No,
So I just have
so
the...
you have 3.
Cool. Okay.
So robbery can take the ring.
Ravri could take the ring.
That's fine.
Lindsay,
What?
Ravri can
Sorry.
take the ring if you want to give it to her.
Okay, I will give it to her.
Oh, shucks.
If you have a third
So
slot.
it has the force powers, 3 force powers in it. It has force camouflage, it has stun, and it has heal.
Camouflage, stun, and heal.
Heal.
So
We can look
I'm
those up
giving-
if you want to cast them.
There you go.
yes, and they're all at their base levels. I think. I'm pretty sure.
I think it's up to you when you store it.
Well,
Yeah, but I
it,
think-
it has like a specific number of spell levels it can store in there.
Yeah,
So, like-
I think I added it up so it would be okay.
Yeah, so I think like let me look this up.
Or something. It's like 1 to 5 or something like that.
Yeah,
that
it's
can
like
put
you
it.
have 5 levels you can store in there. Well, what level did you buy it at? Premium or prototype?
I put it. It's the journeyman ring, so whatever that is.
The journeyman ring?
Yeah.
Journeyman, yeah, it's prototype. So you can store up to 5 levels of force power. So like 5 level 1 spells, or 2 level 2s and a 3 or and a 1. Sorry, math.
Yeah.
Um,
So, heal is the first level. Force camouflage is a 2nd level, and I think stun is also a 2nd level or something.
yeah, make sure of that.
I don't remember. I know that it does because I added it together. So,
I trust you.
so,
Awesome. Did you say
so
that
those
cowl
are the things you have.
Does not. Cowl of the Professional does not require attunement. I just looked that up.
I'm also looking it up right now, and it says it does.
That's all I'm doing.
Prerequisite. Doesn't say it on mine.
Yes, I've got prerequisite yes, attunement yes.
Oh well, why doesn't it? Never mind. I'm sorry, guys. The other ones, it has a big bold thing that says required as attunement. Yeah, it does
Yeah.
require attunement. Never mind. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so no to the ring.
No to the
Unless-
ring,
unless
and
I-
you will
I will stop my
require.
gauntlet. That's fine.
Unless you pull those.
Unless I forget.
Let's see.
It says
Yeah, Gauntlets of the Warrior requires attunement.
That's fine.
And you can always give it back after you encounter too. And then
I have Austin on mine. It says the ring requires attunement.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what he said.
The ring requires.
Oh,
We're
I
talking about the cowl. We were getting confused. It's my bad. This is on me.
Sorry. I was
You're
like,
good, The other ones, like her Echo Belt, have this big whole bold thing that says requires attunement when you click on it, and then the other ones don't, but it has it off to the side, and I missed it.
No worries, you're good. I just wanted to make sure we were all talking about
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah, ring requires attunement. Cowl requires attunement. Lots of things. Basically, everything you guys have requires attunement.
Perfect.
So,
Okay.
which ones are you attuning to? Since you have 4.
The gauntlet. I'll do my 2 lightsabers and the gauntlets.
No boots.
So.
I have to attune worlds. That's how lame that is.
Okay.
So do you, knowing that, Lindsay, do you still want to give me the ring or no?
Yes, I will give it to you.
You can choose to attune to it if you want. You have to unattune from something else. Sorry, folks. This is on me.
I will unattune from the belt.
The belt. Okay.
Oh, you need to text
Okay.
that to her.
So, let's see, did I miss anybody? What you were... Gratis with you, Aethoff, just basically says, we just get to go in the front door.
Just walk.
In fact, he's planning on taking the bus over with Ravri, Azapeus, and Caecilius. Now, do you guys apply your disguises before going in?
Yeah.
All right. Who needs to use the disguise kit on your ship? You?
I definitely will. 'Cause I don't have disguise.
Okay. Does anybody else need to?
Just checking. I'm like shiny and good to go.
You're shiny. Yeah.
I don't. I have a tech power.
You have a tech
Disguise
power.
myself.
I have my cowl. So if I
You're gonna be wearing it at a party. It's probably not the wisest thing, is that nobody can see your face. You'd be
Yeah.
very, very sketch.
No one will pay attention to me. I'm hiding in my cloak.
you can't see me.
Because it does say that
Attract
you can make it so
attention.
nobody can see your face, but
Yeah.
it would be extremely sketch.
Yeah, I'll use the disguise kit.
Extreme
Okay.
sketchiness.
No, you have a hat.
Me?
Didn't you say you got
Yeah,
a hat?
I've got a hat and a bow tie.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
DP did his. You have disguise self.
Yeah. So
Dex.
Coda is very confident in his disguise.
Of course he is.
I got a permanent disguise.
On your face.
Yeah, on my face.
True.
That's
And
also
you've got disguise self, and Gratis has disguise. Actually, Gratis doesn't need to disguise self. So who? Does anybody have proficiency in disguise kits?
I might.
Nope.
Oh,
Mechanics kit.
you need somebody to fix your lightsaber? I got you.
I'm proficient in hacking and slicing. Not in this kind of stuff.
I don't have disguise kit like in my
Okay.
stuff.
So with the disguise kit on your ship, you do gain proficiency in it.
Okay.
If anybody wants to make disguise kit checks,
Could I use would the disguise kit last longer than having to constantly cast force camouflage on myself?
potentially, just don't jump in any pools.
Well, I have no intention of doing that, so could I do that?
If you want to, yeah. I'd have to say somebody else would have to apply it to you.
You can do it and have it as a backup. There's nothing wrong with having 2 layers of
Yeah.
protection.
I guess disguise.
Okay, I would like to do that.
Okay.
Would someone be able to apply it to my face?
So, you gain proficiency in it, but because it's in your ship integrated, you get proficiency in it. And if there's any other abilities you guys would like to add to it,
Because I can use the help action on someone to give them a bonus if they would like to.
Is there what's the modifier for the roll?
I'm gonna.
Is it intelligence?
It doesn't say. Give me a second. Wretched hives.
I've been rolling really terribly
What's
all
your,
night. Oh
Intelligence score. That's more intelligent than DP.
I'm gonna say this is because a lot of it involves deception, intimidation, persuasion. I'm gonna call it a charisma.
I can do that.
I'm gonna call that charisma.
I'm good at charisma, but I don't know if anyone else is.
Dex is really good. He's got an 11.
Gratis
Yeah.
is very charismatic.
He was very
Really?
I mean, if someone
charismatic.
wants to have a makeup session with me, then like I'm down. But
It's time for a makeover.
That was good.
Montage.
he wants to live out his YouTube makeup tutorial dreams on me, then that's fine.
Are you letting Gratis apply your disguise?
First thing.
I will gladly let him apply it.
Okay.
We
That
start.
foundation.
That's me.
We have to control the cheekbones.
Eyeliner to kill a Jedi.
Would you let me use my ability to give him the help action, Austin?
I'll say no,
Dang.
but
Okay.
I'll cast guidance on myself.
Your eyeliner wings are on fleek.
I rolled really good.
I know, I hate the phrase. I just want to say it.
I haven't heard that in a while.
I know. It's probably dead now.
No, I really wish that I had more lore checks to make because I have such a good lore bonus.
Okay. Where's his character?
Maybe I should just say on point. Yeah, on point.
Everybody else gets to roll lore checks and not me.
Okay. That's okay. So
in a better position too.
2 plus.
Who is that?
Just a straight 4, I'll call it, because it's just a charisma check, so 6 plus that is 14. Okay. So it's not amazing, but it looks a bit passable.
Okay, then I might also cast Disguise Self on myself anyways.
It might be wise, yes. I'm not the best at this. Okay, and are you going to apply it to Byra and Ravri, Lindsay?
I can, yes.
You're the charismatic one.
I will gladly. Do I roll separate checks for each of them?
Yes, roll separate checks for you. And I'll say that Gratis is helping you do it, so you get advantage on it.
Ooh, okay, so this is a charisma check with proficiency, because I'm proficient with it.
Charisma check with proficiency.
Alrighty. So...
Oh, wait, sorry. No, actually, that would have been for you, that's actually a 17. So actually, it's better than it was before. But I forgot to have proficiency.
It's alright. So then maybe I won't cast it on myself, then, if you did better. So... Excellent. Okay. So, the first person that I'm doing, Byra, I guess.
Byra.
Got a 19.
Okay. Looks better than what Gratis did.
Awesome.
Now for Ravri.
And the next person got, that was Ravri?
Yep.
Modified 20.
Not
bad.
I mean, when you add efficiency,
Gratis chuckles. Gratis chuckles. Well done, my apprentice. And then leaves the room.
So it begins.
I just look over at Antop and I'm just like, ugh.
She's just like emotionless. It's like,
that is not the way of the Sith.
It's a good thing then.
Good luck with him.
He didn't actually say that. I was just making a joke in his voice.
Aww. So funny.
All right, so your disguises have been applied. You all make your way to your respective positions.
Did he actually say good job, my apprentice?
He did say that, yes. The emotionless is not the way of the Sith. He did not say. He had left the room by that point.
Okay.
So we'll start with Dex. I'll say you get there first.
Woo!
Let me the wrong part. Let me get down. You are met by Cass, the Weequay Major Domo that I had to look up because I didn't remember his name. He says, "Right, yeah, I remember you. You said you're good for you're like eye in the sky, right?"
Yes.
Right, come with me. And he's going to take you. I'm going to real quick go back to Roll20. I'm going to grab your character icons here.
Yeah.
Copy. Back to the Club's Vertical Casino. Paste you down real quick. Get
Paste me down! Oh my god. That's what he said!
Yeah, all are just gonna stay over here by the door real quick.
I'm back.
That
was
pretty good.
I'm just moving you guys off to the side here. Are you bringing Fate with you, by the way?
Yeah, Fate helps with. I mean, he's probably gonna just be by my side, but he's there.
Okay. So, I'm putting you here, Spencer. If you can see on Roll20, you're over on the left, but you're like gonna be up. Because there's like, you walk in, it's this big, bright room with a bunch of flashing neon lights like normal. And you're there early enough that the party hasn't started yet, but like people are still setting up. And he leads you behind this like back, kind of stage right door, and leads you up through this inner workings of the casino and up to this catwalk that is above. I'd say it's about, judging from the game, 50 feet. But what's the range on your sniper rifle, by the way? I forget. 120?
My range is 600 feet.
Do you have sharpshooter for that?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. So it's about 50 feet up.
This is chump
and
change range.
it's there. You're on the right side or the left side, so you're positioned technically on the stairs, but you're about I'll say 20 feet above those stairs.
Okay.
He's like,
so I am literally in the rafters.
Yeah, you're up there, and you've got a pretty decent. These pillars sort of block some of your views, but you've got a pretty decent look. He's like, Cass says to you, You just make sure that nothing happens, right? Your security up here. Keep an eye out. Use that big old gun of yours. Make sure everything's fine.
Will do. How well can I see things? How well can I see, like, the main banquet table and stuff like that?
You have a pretty decent... Actually, no, I wasn't going to put you there. I was going to put you... You're actually right here.
Okay.
You've got a pretty decent view of the main banquet table. Barga's not there yet, neither are any of the Hutts. It's mostly just the staff walking around. He's like, and if you see anything suspicious, talk to on your comm frequency. I'll give you the frequency for Letta. She's the hostess, but she also handles the clandestine security around here. That was supposed to be Australian. That didn't go over at all.
Let's run it back. Let's try
You did
again.
your best.
Take 2. Go.
That was way better than I could have done. So.
Yeah. So if you have anything, talk to Letta. I'll give you a comm frequency. She handle the clandestine stuff. If you see any troublemakers, call the live.
All right.
All right. So you are there. Next up, Coda and DP. You meet with Sulan. The Nautilin Major Domo says, yes, I remember the two of you. I really remember you. Well, Barish wants you to ensure that his gaming tables and his mercantile displays are properly guarded, so I'm going to position you, if you would draw your attention. You draw your attention to the map. He's gonna put you. And
I just see Brent go.
Here. And what you guys see when you walk in, is there's actually a back along this side here. There's like mannequin setups, but there also appears to be like models of Barish's clothing lines. Basically, Barish handles mercantile in the Promenade and in now Hutt and Nar Shaddaa specifically. So you see them getting ready to like show off what Barish has got, and they've already got some of the stands set up. Just make sure that nothing bad happens over here, okay?
Of course.
And do not eat, and Coda, you're next to the Hutt's table. He's like, do not eat from the master's table, please. You may help yourself to anything from the side tables. Do not eat the master's food. I have to tell you this for legal reasons, because the last guy didn't listen. You I'm not worried about.
I will consume no food.
Appreciate that.
Don't worry
I know.
about this. The second chance is gonna really pay off.
Oh wait, I need
Just
to
you
move.
see.
I need to move Fate over to where Dex is.
Can you tell me the guy's name again?
His name was Sulan. Sulan, actually. I said that wrong. Sulan. He's Nautilin. He's like Astapeus, basically.
Wait, is he a horse?
What was that?
That's me.
Sulang was my horse.
Yeah.
Sulang was my horse.
And the character of yours.
Yeah.
It sounded very similar.
So, the rest of you, wait. Actually, well, Ravri and Azapeus, you meet Caecilius on the promenade.
Promenade, sir?
Yes.
I give him a quick rundown of what our plan is.
He's like, excellent, I love this plan, by the way. Nice to see you, by the way. What do you currently look like?
I am basically going to... I'm just going to be a Zabrak, but I'm going to look kind of, because I don't know what else to do. Like, I was like, similar,
You've met
like...
other Zabrak.
Well, no, I know, but like, just kind of in the... Because he doesn't want to do something that stands out too much.
Okay.
Because it's like, if I went in as myself, he'd stick out. Like, because it's like purple, like, so...
Well, you see here, just real quick, as you're walking out onto like kind of outer balconies of the promenade, there are these shuttles lined up with a lot of Gamorrean and other sorts of security, Niktos, Weakways, of a bunch of fancily dressed people from tons of different walks. So there are aliens of all kinds here. It is this crowd of fancy people. You might not actually stand out, but your face...
And
Now,
that's...
Black knows your face.
Yeah.
So, there's that.
That's true. Okay. Best way I can describe it. Combine Ravri and Gratis. Just, like...
So you're their baby.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you're their
Sure,
baby.
sure, we'll go with
Okay.
that.
Oh,
Deal with
I
that.
don't like that.
Deal with that how you will.
She's just gonna glare at you. First time she sees you, like, I hate you.
Like a little bit like more reddish skin tone, not like the
Okay.
bright red like his, but a little bit more reddish, kind of like longer
Okay.
black hair. Like
Okay, so you show up
Love
and he's
child
like,
of Gratis and Robbery.
Yep.
so
Rory's gonna look so annoyed.
so the two of you show up to Caecilius and he's like, and which one is he? I don't know this one.
He's one of the Jedi.
Oh, okay, good to see you.
good to see you.
Right.
Good to see you. It changes my voice, doesn't
Yes. No.
it? Or is it just my
You
same
can
voice?
change your.
Okay, I could write.
You can do that.
I did have to double check. I forgot about.
It
I
does
couldn't
not
remember.
automatically change.
It
your
just
voice.
changes how I look.
That's just what Travis Willingham does when he tests.
Okay.
So.
No, that's why I wanted to double check. I was like, okay.
Yeah. Yes, we'll be going in together. You look lovely, by the way.
Thank you.
We'd have to wait our turn, I suppose. It's sort of this, sort of a structure to how these things go. But I'm very excited, and this plan sounds great. You will be free to wander and meander as you wish. Don't worry about me. I actually had enough for 5 security members, so I've got 3 others stationed nearby. I'll be fine. So you go, have fun, do reconnaissance, do whatever you need. I'm all for this plan. By the way, you guys have missed out, right? The group I had to hire after you isn't that great, and don't worry, none of them are here, so I can talk about them all I want. But they're not the best. And however, we've learned. Do you remember the thing on Grandpappy's notes about a man or a being or whatever named Taurus? We
Right.
found out Grandpappy stole some of his tech. Great stuff. We're trying to find the rest of it. You guys are missing out.
I know somebody who would miss out on that.
And at this point, Aetof and Gratis walk up. He's like, "Oh yes, it appears we are ready to go." He looks at you and just interesting. And
She just like shakes her head.
Like I had nothing to do with this.
And so you guys all board the shuttle. You go there. I will say, actually, before that, Byra and Myria, you
Yeah, I
guys
was
are
gonna
going
say
together.
we are together.
You show up first as the sort of official representatives of Holonet Security on behalf of Beth Bezos.
Oh, geez, sorry.
Okay. And you show up kind of in the first wave of people, and again, this casino opens up in front of you. There's already a band playing towards the back, towards the table. There's lights going, there's food being served. And as all of you arrive, any of you who are guests anyway, you are greeted with waitresses and waiters serving drinks. Do you guys accept the drinks as they are offered to you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Trying to be
Do you
courteous.
accept a drink? Do you accept a drink?
Do I get one? Since I'm just.
Whenever you guys enter, there's like waitresses and waiters like basically offering you drinks upon arrival, kind of like a
Your
standard thing.
drink.
Kind of like in Hawaii.
Aetof, do you accept it?
Liz.
Yeah.
I will if Gratis accepts one.
Gratis happily accepts it. He takes it, and like the pompous British man that he is, he kind of holds it. You take it?
And I will.
Yeah, I will.
I will also take one then.
Okay. And I forgot to mention, actually, when you first walk in, when you land at the casino, you don't immediately get into the main building. There is this sort of landing pad on the front that already has slot machines out front. It's like the freaking hotel. Like, I've been to the Vegas hotel. There's slot machines in that, or not hotel, airport. And there are slot machines, and hovering above it, you see this really nice. There's a circle of not slot machines, but basically the equivalent. There's this really nice, shiny, sleek, silver, chromium-plated speeder bike, and it's being advertised. This speeder bike is being given away if you can basically get the jackpot on any of the slot machines here at the casino, and you can see there are plenty of people already trying.
Please, someone
You don't
Get like
see
the
this.
anime eyes.
force the machine to give them the.
Actually, no. You actually do see this. There's another one in this central pillar here. Displayed above it, there are holographic images of that speeder bike kind of being spun around. Okay, so
Here we go.
upon entry, let's position you guys real quick. I need to, let's see here. I'm going to start revealing some of the tokens here. Upon entry, you actually come in with Delic and his gang. So this is Delic, right? This is. Oh, I'm not on the right one. This is Delic right here. It's
Oh,
very
I
small.
see.
I'll zoom in a bit,
Right there.
especially so so everyone can
Just
see
a
it.
little bit.
So that's the Black Sun logo. That's Delic and his crew. This is all sort of. This is not exactly to scale, so I'm just gonna say that's Delic and his crew. Why is everything? They're just kind of hanging around. Why isn't it letting me move them? What's going on? Oh, because I'm on the wrong thing. On the wrong thing. Yeah, here we go. So Delic and his crew are right about here, just kind of hanging out. This is Caecilius. This is the Zon Consortium logo. So Ravri and as the players are here. Byra and I'll say Miria have already moved in. I'll just put you guys there. Well, actually, where do you two want to be? You've already moved into the party. You were one of the first ones here. There are slot machines around these columns here. There's this big looking thing in the middle that really serves no function because I don't know what it's supposed to do in the game.
So
There are game tables here and here.
Just a big column.
It's not a column. It looks like a sort of reactor thing, but it's not functional. It actually doesn't function
Just
as a reactor.
something
Just
big
kind of like
and
this
bright.
big artistic structure, maybe. I don't know. Electricity
It's
crackling out of
art.
it.
That's gonna distract me a little bit.
Okay. So where do you two want to be?
I think where we're at, where you moved us is fine.
Yeah, just kind of hanging out, just
Okay.
observing.
There are actually gaming tables where you're at right now. So you're like watching games going on?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm just kind of like.
Just observing.
We'll have Aetop and Gratis walk in the other side so as not to attract
What
too
do
much
you
attention.
look like right now, by the way?
I don't know.
Yeah, what color? Well, just kind of decide what you wanted your disguise to be. You just kind of like changing the color because disguise kit can't make you another race. It can
That's
change
what
the color.
figured.
You like orange, red, blue.
Well, I feel like all those colors are very noticeable.
Well, again, like I mentioned to them, you walk in, there is a spattering of colors in this
Okay.
room.
It's a rainbow.
There are actually a couple. There's like one or two McKeons actually among them, but they're more well fancily dressed. They look more worldly than you are. Because McKeons are not exclusive to your planet.
No, they're not.
Start revealing some more characters.
Do
later, so.
lavender.
Ah.
Ooh, lavender.
Good
Oh,
choice.
oh my
Good color
gosh.
choice.
Definitely more pastel. So.
You're not biased enough.
Just a little bit.
I am now disguised as a blue Twi'lek.
Okay.
And the big blue. The big blue. And I know I said it before, but I'm wearing like a long black dress similar to the Twi'lek lady in Book of Boba Fett,
Yeah.
Garza Flip.
Garza Flip.
The
yeah.
first dress you see her wearing, and I've got a lot of like cool stuff adorning my head tails and looking all fancy. Ish.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, so that's what I look like now. I'm a Twi'lek.
All right.
Yeah, we'll hang by the gaming tables, just kind of observe,
by
keep
the-
an eye out.
The gaming tables. Let's see here. I'm just making sure everything's revealed. I will start with.
Lindsay's raising her hand.
Yes, Lindsay. Sorry.
Can I say one thing about my appearance really quick?
Go ahead.
I am going to actually use the disguise self to give myself human eyes.
Okay.
Ooh.
And you're
So-
dressed like a Sith, correct?
Yes.
Like a fancy Sith, anyway.
I sent you the picture of what I kind of picture the outfit
Yes,
like
you
on
did.
Pinterest.
Yeah.
So-
Was that on Pinterest or by text?
I think it was on Pinterest, but I can send it to you on text if you didn't get it.
I'll
either.
check Pinterest. I think I got it. I just.
Essentially, it's like very formal, like elegant Sith robes
Yeah.
with like, and I am going to not be wearing blindfold, and I'm going to give myself actual eyes. So
Okay.
I'm gonna have like light blue, kind of grayish eyes, so I can look a bit more normal.
Okay.
So
Very nice. I like it.
Okay.
And Gratis is wearing the same thing, except he now has he has a cape that hooks onto the one shoulder pad and hangs over his left shoulder, like this nice sort of long black cape.
I like that look.
he's so fancy.
He holds himself very well at this party. He's like
Oh,
he
he's,
almost looks like he's enjoying it. And I will say for you, Aetop, I will say because I've just been going back and forth between this. Your like force sight alignment vision only reaches to 30 feet. So beyond that, you can still see stuff. You just can't figure the alignments. So I'm going to start with Team Caecilius here. As you arrive at this party, I wish I had music for this, but as you arrive at this party, Caecilius immediately sees somebody over by this pillar working on a slot machine. He is.
I love the umbrella.
Gotta find it. He's this dude here. He's that guy. I gotta find him. Okay. I passed it. Here he is. So Caecilius sees him and he's like, You two have to meet this man. He walks over to him. You follow him?
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
You walk with him. And he's a Miri Allen. He's got green skin and sort of face tattoo patches that kind of, they're like lines
That's
that go across his
Luminara,
cheek.
right?
Yes. Luminara Barasafi. Seventh sister, if you know her. And he's working on a slot machine. She's like, not exactly. He's like, Shem! What are you doing here? He's like, Mr. Caecilius, I didn't expect to see you here.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, why did I expect it? Of course you would be here. I mean, this is the biggest party of the year, right? He's like, yes. Well, what are you doing here? What's the Chancellor not here? He's like, well, you know how these things are. He can't exactly make it to every party that is thrown. He's got to rule the galaxy and all that. He's like, where are my manners? I'm sorry. These are my bodyguards. They're friends of mine. This is Shem Boldworth. He's attaché, you call it, to the Chancellor? He's like, yes. Shem Boldworth, that is my name. I work for Chancellor Janaris. I'm here on his behalf. Currently trying to win that very nice speeder bike that they've got advertised, but thus far my luck is not quite so lucky, I suppose. Like, yes, it's just wonderful. It's so good to see you here. Shem and I are old friends of a sort. Like, yes, we've talked many times, but I don't have the sort of social complexitive nature. I don't think that's the right word, but that Caecilius has. You have an amazing boss, by the way. He's a great guy. He's real talented man.
He's been very generous.
Yes, he really is, isn't he? He's just such a great, amazing man. And what was your name, if I might ask?
I'm Robbery.
Robbery. Wonderful name, thank you. And what's your name, sir?
Astopaeus.
Astopaeus, very fascinating name. Not typically Zabrak, but I think that's quite interesting. It's more something you'd find in other cultures, but perhaps your parents were multicultural people of a sort. I'm not entirely sure. That's very interesting.
Robbie's just like.
He just like tenses out. Astopaeus is like.
I highly recommend if you think you're lucky people, maybe trying out the machine. You might get this win that speeder bike. But you never know. I mean, I haven't won it yet, but I'm really trying. And this is not taxpayer credits I'm spending here. Don't you worry. And at this point, there's like a security person or one of the security personnel walks by, and it's a Trandoshan individual. He's like, Trandoshan. You know what's fascinating? If you might lend me your ear for a moment. Trandoshans as a society. Do you know much about Trandoshan society?
I know a bit.
Well, they base most of their religious beliefs on this idea of the hunt. They hunt creatures and even sometimes beings like Wookiees. They share a system with Wookiees and they don't particularly like one another, but they worship a figure, a deity of sorts that they call the scorekeeper. And I find this very fascinating because of the fact that Jedi and Sith have basically
Robert just
proven,
kind of looks over at Caecilius.
Caecilius basically gives it a look like, isn't he great? like they've basically proven that the Force is the governing force of the universe, and yet there are some cultures that I wouldn't call necessarily primitive that worship deities. Now, is it possible, hear me out on this just for a second, is it possible that these deities exist within or even above the Force? That maybe this idea that we think is primitive is actually quite, and he kind of goes on like this for a bit.
What's his name, Shem?
Shem
Robert's
Boldworth.
just like, she's just like side-eyeing Caecilius, like, why would you do this?
Astopaeus is having
It's at this
an existential crisis.
It's at
over
this
here.
point, because Shem's attention is focused on you, that Caecilius walks away
That
towards the buffet.
Robbery will remember this.
You're doing what bodyguards do.
Yeah.
So, I will also draw your attention at the top of this Dex right here, this big thing here, this is Barga. There are other huts. I didn't have time to make icons for all of them. Basically, at these two head tables are a bunch of huts. They're all actually extravagantly introduced upon arrival, Barga being the first. It's his birthday. There are also among them Barish, the hut. There are also Barga the Hutt, Barish the Hutt, Nemro the Hutt, one of the local bosses on Nalhutta, Godoba the Hutt, or the Godoba the Shrewd, who runs the casino, and actually that's it. So
4?
Yes, there are 4 major huts that are at those tables. I'll say that only a couple fit at these tables, but and so there's those tables up there. So Dex, you are over here. You have a good view of that. You have a good view of basically everything except anything behind this big pillar there.
Makes sense.
Yep.
I will do my job as a guard. Anything that sticks out as being sketchy or
Okay.
people of interest.
Roll a perception check. If you want to use your implant, you can do it at advantage, because basically everything is beyond 30 feet for you.
Yes, I am definitely using my implant for this.
Okay.
So
You want another die?
Make a perception check. Just keep an eye out for things.
okay, that's much better. I'm glad I had advantage on that. That is 21.
21. Okay. I will keep that number in mind.
It was almost
So-
a 2.
Next, we'll do Aetoff and Gratis. As Shem Boldworth is talking the ears off of sorry, what are your names? Ravri and Astapeus.
What are your names?
Aetoff, Gratis leads you, just sort of, he's like, hold yourself confidently. Oh, I forgot. I totally forgot. He spent money on this. Before the party.
He spent money.
Before the party, Gratis presents each of you an earpiece.
Oh.
I actually went and bought some. He presents all of you with an earpiece, basically to keep in communication with each other, but not be be overt about it. They're they can be in your ears and not be totally visible. Yes.
Do Twi'leks have ears?
No, but your disguised self.
Or I guess. Huh?
Are you doing disguised self or are you doing the alter self?
Whichever one's a tech power.
They're both.
Oh.
There's an option for both, but you have to choose.
One's a first.
Because alter self completely alters your biology. Basically. The disguised self is just like a holographic. I think it's holographic. Minor? No. Let me look this up real quick. Let me go there for you. Tech power.
Holographic disguise.
Yes.
That's what I have.
You have that? So you can have it in there, but because it's holographic, they won't see it.
Okay. Cool.
So-
I forgot it's holographic.
So Gratis presented you all with earpieces, which are applicable to everyone,
Oh, you spent money on us?
except you.
Yeah.
Don't know how to... You technically have ears.
Technically. Plug it in.
That is the problem with working
You
with
wanna
aliens,
justify
right?
your-
They don't technically have the anatomy you need them to have.
So, and this room is...
Oh my god.
This
Now you
room,
and me are doing it.
this room is pretty dang crowded. There are different beings of all sorts of different walks of life, and it is pretty... It's a little difficult to maneuver, but it's also kind of loud. So Gratis speaking to you, Atok, is like, hold yourself confidently. A Sith dominates any presence they are in, even in the presence of other Sith. So hold yourself like you are above the rest.
Call me Eon, please.
Call you what?
Eon.
Eon? Okay.
That's the closest thing I can come up with that was close to my name, so.
He turns back to face... Delic, and just sort of acting casual, he's like, I have not seen Raymond Black yet, have you?
Have I seen Ramus Black?
Roll a perception check.
Okay. I will. I rolled a 17. Have I
Okay.
seen Ramus?
And actually, the rest of you are hearing this as well because he's activated his earpiece. You have not seen Raymond. And Dex, you also have not seen Raymond Black. And you've done a pretty thorough sweep of this room.
Do we see the doctor?
Are you asking
Okay.
that as Coda? Or?
Yeah, that's code. I'm asking that to the group. Like, have we seen the doctor? The Hutt.
Yeah, I know. Dr. Ogorov, yeah.
Have we seen him?
No, you have not seen him. No, I have not seen him.
The penthouse at all from here, from my position?
You can see, like, kind of the path back to where it leads. Again, this is, here along the side, there's these stairs. So the penthouse is back this way.
Yeah. So I can't, like, it's up and away, so I can't, like, see window or anything.
Where you're at, you can see basically the start of the hallway back, but the hallway, or the penthouse is up an elevator, like, easily 100 feet, so you definitely cannot see it from here. But actually, there is a window right above you. Like, the roof of this is a big big window.
Yeah.
So you can see the top of the wing, but no access or no view of the penthouse itself.
Okay.
Well, I'm included in the headcom thing.
I'll say you find a way to wedge it in there.
Can I like help figure out a way to make it work?
I've got ways. I've got a droid tech thing.
What was that, Spencer? What are you saying?
Oh, I've got droid tech, or what are they called?
Astrotech tools?
I've got tools.
I'll just say for the sake of time,
fit in.
Yeah, I'll say with the Astrotech tools, I won't make a roll check just for time's sake. You managed to find a way to fit it into him that he can just use it.
Between decks.
Yeah, I just install it.
So you're able to install it. So yeah, you do have access to it.
The possibility remains that he took his own ship to the penthouse.
That is a possibility, and that is yet to arrive.
Is there anyone available to go and check the penthouse?
I can do it.
Security.
Perhaps give it some time. Let's not rush anything just yet. Dr. Gorov is not here yet.
You said the penthouse is kind of like behind where the tables
Yes,
or
it's
the
behind
huts
where Barg is, up these stairs on the left and right.
From my location there, can I, take a step back to gain a view of, are there exchange people regarding
heading
here?
up that way?
Roll a perception check for me, and I will include Dex in this as information is revealed. And I'll get to you in a minute, because... No? Okay. So, DP looks, but there's just a crowd of people. And...
Plus stuff. Wait, 9.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I forgot
you
what took expertise and...
There's a crowd of people. It's kind of different.
Great.
Aetov, as you are standing at the gratis, he's acting casually, drinking his whatever it is. I don't know the alcohol of Star Wars very well.
Spotchka.
You hear a
I
voice.
can tell you a few, actually.
You hear a voice behind you. He's like, "Is that Lord Gratis?" And you see his face go. He does this thing as he turns around. He does the thing. And he puts on this very feigned, pleasant look. As he turns around, standing right behind you is this figure here, this little red figure there. Let me zoom in. Zoom. I didn't have I just chose tokens I already had because I would have taken them. You see, there is a human woman. She's a little taller than she's taller than you. She's taller than Gratis actually. She is very finely dressed. In this very fancy kind of red and purple dress with a little bit of robe elements. She has a lightsaber at her hip as well. I believe it is double-bladed. Don't quote me on that. He says,
source of information for this world.
He says, Lady Asina, how wonderful it is to see you here."
Wonderful.
She looks immediately at you, Aetov. She says, "I didn't know you'd taken an apprentice, Gratis. This is news. When did this happen?" It's like, we can choose apprentices whenever we'd like. Being a lord and all, you would know this. She looks to you. "I'm Lady Asina. What's your name?"
It's my pleasure. Apprentice Eon.
Eon. What?
I'll give her my most I don't know what you'd call it, just most kind of snobby almost nod.
Okay. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Apprentice. It's just, I had to say something because Gratis here has been a lord for so long he hasn't taken any apprentices. So busy with Mars business. How's that going, by the way? He just looks at her. He doesn't say anything to this one. At least he doesn't he doesn't answer the question. He says, "And what of you, Lady Asina? Stab anybody in the back lately?"
Oh,
She says,
Hot
"Not-
damn.
Not quite." She says, "Not quite lately." But then again, you don't have any proof of that, do you? I don't need proof.
Gosh, dang it, if only Coda was right there.
Roll a perception check.
Oh god.
Can we hear this? Like,
Yeah.
is it?
He turns off his earpiece at this point, which you can do. I'll say you can do it clandestinely, so you don't have to like. Nope, you can't see this. So Aetop, if you leave your earpiece on, everyone else can hear it, but or at least part of the conversation.
I don't remember if I have mine on. I don't think I probably would have it on.
Okay, and again, it's something that you can turn on and off clandestinely. I'll say just for the sake of not having to put your hand up to your ear.
Coda's still gonna get that.
I'm just kind of watching this with like, I'm kind of trying to aim like intrigue and kind of like amusement
Yeah.
a little bit.
Okay. So, as the conversation goes, just to not have myself role-playing to myself, it is generally a conversation. They talk a little bit about affairs with Darth Mar's operations, which Gradish does not give any sort of involvement in, but she alludes a lot to Gradis's and Mar's other agenda besides defense of the Empire, to which Gradis is not too happy about. He talks about basically checking her aspirations, and that
As in,
they
like,
might
checks-
cause her trouble.
Is it
Yeah.
like checks and balances checking?
Yeah, that sort of check.
Careful, you don't choke on your.
And then eventually Lady
aspirations.
Asina walks away, having sort of seemed to win the conversation as Gradis is there fuming. Like his face went from pretended pleasant demeanor to pleasant demeanor, but I definitely don't like you in the eyes, to I straight up hate this woman. She walks away pretty pleased with herself.
Potential ally, come back. Oh, wait, you're also Sith. Never mind. I hate these all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, she's also a Sith.
He turns to you.
My enemy is also Seth.
He takes a deep breath, turns to you. Let me teach you a little something about politics. In any political situation, your enemies can become your allies if you assess their strengths, and are able to manipulate their strengths into becoming your strengths. That woman is not an ally.
Gathered that one.
You okay?
Nope.
We'll let this play out.
Shut up, Shayla. I'm not doing anything. Sorry. Continue.
Aetop?
I'm gonna kind of give the like smallest of smirks and say, that woman certainly had an influence on you.
That was Lady Asina, a rather rising star amongst the Empire, but my master and I don't trust her. She surely backstabbed and murdered her way to the top. She's become Lord extremely quickly and is on her way to becoming Darth, which is unfortunately a problem since my master and I are trying to eliminate such culture within the Empire. She stands opposed to everything my master and I are trying to accomplish, and I cannot stand her.
That's clear.
So if she is your enemy, as you say, and you say that you can manipulate them to become your allies, what in her do you see could be advantageous? Because I see some things, personally.
Her strengths are she will do whatever she can to further her own goals. That will include betraying her allies. So, if something were to present opportunity for her advancement, I would say that she would take it. But I wouldn't ever present her with such an opportunity because she would potentially see me and us as an obstacle. So yes, I can analyze the strengths she has, but I do not trust her. She's her self-servingness. Servedness? I'm not that intelligent.
Selfishness.
Her selfishness is above that. loss that I've seen in many Sith, and unfortunately it has played out in her favor.
She seems to be thoroughly embracing the Sith lifestyle, so to speak.
Yes, she knows that she can push mine and Darth Mar's buttons, so to speak, because she knows of our desire to create a united empire, and she doesn't care for it. So, take what I said about analyzing strengths and seek out our potential allies, just not her.
Bless you again.
Not her.
She will turn on you given any opportunity, that I can assure you. I don't have proof, but I know she will.
That's good information to know.
Good question.
Go ahead.
So that big thing in the center, is it like really big that we can't see the Hutt table, or can we see the Hutt
Is it
table
like
from
low?
there?
Oh yeah, does it go all the way to the ceiling?
It doesn't go all the way to the ceiling, but you, being where you guys are, you can't see it. Like, it's because also this inner circle here is sort of a raised platform. It's not that raised. Which
Okay.
also there are a bunch of holographic dancers being projected from this thing in the middle. But you,
DP is into it.
from your position, you can't see it.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of lean over to Byra and just say, I think it may be a good idea to make our way over to the Hutt tables. At least that way we're close to where the penthouse is.
Might be a good idea. That way we could see everything.
Agreed.
Miriam, real quick. Roll a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
I'm sorry, say what now?
What?
If someone's showing up.
Where's my...
Morgan's on Constitution saving throw for some unknown reason, and I'm scared.
Of Jesus.
Oh, fuck. 11.
Oh no.
Soup. Vietnamese soup.
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh no, what are you doing to me?
We have another big one. Here it is.
Sounds like D12.
They're not.
They're not.
They're not.
Whoop, that one fell.
Borrow your pencil.
Okay.
You've been poisoned.
You call that poison?
Take 25 points of poison damage.
Say what?
25 points of poison damage,
You heard him.
and you are now poisoned.
The actual fudge.
As you suddenly start to feel, as you've been drinking your drink, you feel a little queasy, and it's really starting to take effect, and not in the way that you've experienced with alcohol. Have you drunk before?
Very mildly.
Okay.
Social drink.
Byra, I actually...
Okay.
I'm not feeling so good.
Oh my gosh. Do we have anything? I don't think we have
Question,
anything.
Austin.
Oh,
Yes.
frick.
Would I be able to, with my blind sense, or blind sight, or force sense, would I be able to tell that something is happening with them?
What is your passive perception?
I will probably
My perception
let
was a
Aetop
14.
or
I do have a fight med pack with me.
whoever. Yeah, Aetop.
Yeah,
I
I
see
got
her
that.
from a distance. I would let her kind of be like, we have a situation.
Okay, so yeah, Byra alerts you to
Yeah,
the
I'll let you know.
and say that you would notice that she's doubling over. She looks in pain. Gravis looks over
yeah.
as well.
What was in that drink? Would I have like a knowledge of poisons from the Hollow Net?
Roll a roll a medicine check.
Oh, medicine check?
Yes. I'm gonna call this medicine.
Yeah.
Which I'll put you right next to.
Fudge nut! Apparently I used all my good luck on Tuesday.
One second. I'll get to you in a second, Lindsay.
9.
Okay.
Nah.
Frick.
Wrong campaign.
Yes, Lindsay.
My intent was to kind of just remain passive as much as possible, but if attention is being drawn to her, then I will also draw my attention to them.
There's a lot of stuff going on. They're at the gaming table, so someone's on a hot streak. Nobody seems to be noticing this.
Okay, I'm going to try and talk in my comlink to them and ask them if everything is okay.
Okay, so you haven't moved over there yet.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Everything is not okay.
I would.
I want
assume-
to.
Oh, sorry. No, you did.
Go ahead, Byron.
Everything is not okay. Something was in her drink. She's not feeling good. That's all I'm gonna say.
I would assume with the roll I made that I wouldn't know if this is something like just like that's affecting me as like a Toruda.
No, you would have no knowledge.
Figure not.
Can I see that? Because I know we're close. There's nothing in between
yeah.
us, is there?
Roll a perception.
Other
check.
than the Chetty Cathy guy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Shem is still going, but he's switched from Trandoshans to other things now.
And Robbery has just gone like screensaver mode.
Perception?
On her face. She's just
Yeah.
like zoned
Dazed.
out and like I'm gonna kill Cassilia.
It's a 5.
5.
You're thinking
You
of murder.
are actually kind of starting to vibe with
Oh,
Shem.
Ah,
yeah.
You're like, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, I don't maybe believe this idea is putting forth of gods
Like,
above
yeah,
the
bro.
force, but
And
hey,
then
I can
I'm
keep
starting to
going
like
with this.
slowly
We're
make my
friends.
way around the pillar.
You're like, wait, don't leave. I've got more.
No, you cannot escape.
Can I try? Do I?
Can't catch
I
both
can
of
see
you.
you're backing up, kind of.
Yeah, I'll say.
Can I try to distract him and be like, why don't we each take a swipe at the slots? You said you were getting close to
Right,
winning.
yes. Oh,
I haven't tried yet. Would you
Yes.
show me? I
I
haven't.
immediately turn and walk in.
Okay, yes, let's do this.
Okay, and I'll start doing the slots with him.
Roll 3d6 for me.
3d6
And pay money.
That's fine. I have
Hey, money.
money is no
Hey.
issue to me.
Where is it? Where is it? 200 credits.
200. Oh. So I have.
What was it?
200 credits?
That's it?
Yeah, that's,
Holy moly.
dude, I have like
Sounds good.
95,000 credits.
That's just one holy hand grenade, Batman.
But that's just one time.
So 3d6.
Yeah, roll 3d6.
3, 4,
Oh,
5.
tiny baby.
3, 4, 5. You don't get it.
Ah, so close.
Is it? Are we looking for Yahtzee?
I actually don't know what Yahtzee is. So
I don't understand that.
nope, he doesn't get it either.
Ah, dang.
I'm up in the rafters.
What's your...
So,
Okay.
I don't think I think the range is too short.
going back, let's go back to Miria, poisoned.
I have a fine med pack with me. Find it. I have a fine med pack.
Okay. I'll find it.
Actually, I'll try and get it. Like, out of.
Okay, yeah, and I'll help
Yeah.
you.
Give it.
Hang on.
I definitely used mine. Like,
You know,
Okay.
Oh, it's 2 hit dice.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought.
So, and I will
heard-
say that it does cost hit dice to use it. Like, I'll consider that a limiting factor of med packs, that it will cost actual hit dice.
Fine by me.
If you have like, what are you guys, level 6? If you have 6 hit dice, so you use a med pack, it will use those hit dice.
It says 2.
Yes.
Okay.
So roll, if you're using it,
Yep.
welcome to the life.
So it's 2 hit dice plus. Is it just my Constitution? Is that right?
I believe it is twice your constitution.
twice my
Let me
Constitution.
check. Let me check. Let me check. What's the med pack?
Fine med pack.
Med pack, fine.
I got that from Kodo, right?
2 hit dice, and regains hit point plus twice your constitution modifier.
Okay. Perfect. Need 2d.
Gonna just your focus a little bit, I think. But not badly.
Ooh. Okay.
I'm gonna stop.
So I get 16 back.
Okay, you get 16 hit points. Like, you're feeling better, but you still feel something in your system. Like, you still are poisoned.
Yes.
Realized we switch out Jeff Goldblum for Jeff Joelblum. Well, the first name stays the same.
Jeff Oh my gosh.
Joe
Beth
Bloom.
Joel. No, I did something different than just Beth Jesus.
Geff.
Geoffrey.
Jeff Boldblum.
Goldblum.
No, it's Shem
it doesn't
Boldworth.
ring very good.
Not quite.
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
Ugh. Okay, that did something.
Is
Not
that
quite
a little bit
everything.
better?
A little bit better than before. I'm still not quite feeling the
Oh,
best.
no. Okay. Just take it easy.
I'll get through this.
Yeah.
I'll get through this.
While we're gambling, can I just keep an eye on Robert, see where she's going? Just like,
Yes, we'll get to that in a minute, because
No,
I did
it's-
promise Brent.
yeah, you're
So,
totally
Brent, you rolled a... What on your perception roll?
Like a 9?
Oh, no, never mind.
About what?
Never mind.
That was
earlier.
the guards.
Yes.
In that direction.
You're looking.
If anyone.
You don't see, but I will say, Dex, something that catches your attention, if you would direct your attention to the northwestern side of the central pillar, a set of 4 figures.
Ooh.
You see 2 Trandoshans, a Cathar in armor, and then a very pale, he's bald, kind of pointed chin.
There's wrong.
He's wearing like a fancy coat, and he has cybernetic implants very similar to yours. And you can see this dude is scraggly looking. Like, he doesn't look sickly, but he's very thin.
Somebody get him a sandwich.
Shoot, what was his name? It was Dr.
Vascon.
Vascon.
I will.
I thought somebody said Costco.
Jumanji Costco.
Jumanji Costco.
I will point that out to the group, or I will make known to the group that we have found. I have seen him.
The
Okay.
doctor has arrived.
Yes.
Or a doctor.
So,
You're doing soon.
let's keep this train a-rolling. DP, you rolled a 9 on
9.
perception. So, you kind of get lost in the crowd and are not aware of someone coming up next to you.
I'm also very focused on doing my job.
You are very focused on doing your job, so you don't notice someone pull up next to you and say, "Well, isn't this quite a surprise?"
No!
Uh-oh.
No!
You, you look to your left.
So,
No!
comes up on my left, you said?
Yeah, because you'll be facing out, like, this way, I'll say, because you're looking in that
I didn't
direction.
think we'd see that guy here.
Oh, I was confident we were.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll,
You said that last week, or last time, and I was like, yeah, you're probably going to be...
yeah, so yeah, I'll,
So you look to your left and
Yeah.
you see, dressed basically in the same military uniform you saw him before, with just a little bit of nicer elements to it. Yeah, embellishments to it. Blue skin, red eyes, well-cut hair. Is Colonel Famin.
Son of
and what did he say?
He said, "Isn't this a surprise? Rather unexpected to see you here, DP52.
A surprise
Joe.
indeed.
Well,
I thought this party was going to be.
I would say you noticed this, Dex, because you've got a pretty decent
I've
line
also
of
got-
sight over everything.
I've also got the comlink going.
That's true. So I would say, so you have the comment going?
Yeah.
So I would say the rest of you hear this. Those of you who have your comment on anyway. You hear this
So,
silky smooth voice.
a surprise
What?
indeed.
What's going on?
Colonel
I want to
Famin.
make my way over there.
Starts like cursing.
Well,
Comments here.
how very interesting. I would not expect it, so my mind is currently catching up. I will say, I was rather impressed with how you and your companions evaded my pursuits on Alderaan, rather skillfully. Rather impressive. How did you escape, by the way?
I presume you are referring to Balmora, not the
No,
escape.
I am currently referring to Alderaan, but I will address Balmora later.
Well, it was an easy matter once that Alderanian woman was consigned to sacrifice herself.
I see.
It allowed us to slip through the tunnels.
Yes, I see. You evaded them rather skillfully, and the Zutri woman has proven to be, unfortunately, effective in being able to utilize sympathizers within House Thule, but they will not evade me for long. She is currently untouchable, but the people she protects are not. What brings you here? You must have had an invitation, and I see you are working security of sorts.
Extra job, just need the money. Extra job, just need the money.
Good
Is Dex saying this?
No.
Okay, Dex is just gonna let this happen. All right.
Dex is just sitting there. Dex is just sitting there.
Okay.
Consider it a job.
Very interesting. You have piqued my interest. After I lost you on Balmora, I had thought you were destroyed, but now I find you 10 years later with a group of Jedi and other Republic sympathizers, or at least anti-Imperial sentiments, and a certain level of independence that I have seen common in many droids that do not have their memories wiped for some time. You find yourself here on a job, you say?
I won't even address that, in the statement.
Yeah. Okay.
I am not going to be a slave to a past I do not know. I bear no allegiance to you. I am free.
He thinks, he puts his hand up to his chin. How very fascinating.
Oh.
It is true in my research. Many droids do exhibit a level of cognizance and independence once they no longer have their memories wiped, and yet they often continue to conform to their standard programming. For instance, you. You were assigned to be my best assassin droid, able to learn from your enemies and your encounters. Unfortunately, we lost you due to the oversight of my superiors, but you were to be my greatest achievement. And here you are, and I notice your weaponry is far more efficient and more lethal than it was before. Your design was to dispatch your enemies as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And I see that yet you exhibit independence. You continue to adhere to your given programming. I'll say at this point, what are you doing? You're right there.
So, there's a buffet table. I was told to watch the gaming tables and other people. And the gaming tables.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
And the gaming tables.
Can't trust you.
So you're not hearing none of
No, my earpiece is off because it's distracting me from hearing what's going on in the gaming tables. And probably at this point, I might have already sat down.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute.
I'll remind you, we had a bet. DP did not mention it ever again.
That's true. You did have a bet.
Oh my force.
Yeah.
So
I might be 10,000 credits richer.
So, anyway, Bauman says that to you. What do you respond?
Still exhibit adherence to those protocols.
Yes.
I fight for myself and those that are important to me.
Very curious. Not surprising given your current situation. Unfortunately, you may no longer be salvageable as an experiment, but if you are here, that must mean that somebody is not going to leave this casino alive. And I greatly look forward to seeing the aftermath of such an incursion. You have nothing to fear from me. I am here on peaceful accords. But perhaps we shall see what tonight's festivities hold.
Is he starting to leave at that point?
He's starting to back away a little bit.
Okay. Parting jab. If you plan on ever taking me back or destroying me, as I may be unsalvageable, best do it well.
Oh, I intend to. If it ever comes to that, I greatly look forward to seeing you in action properly once again. That blade looks incredibly efficient, incredibly deadly. I certainly hope to see it in action. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a meeting to attend.
Did it sound like when he was like, oh, we'll see what the festivities hold, all that stuff, did it sound like it was more of a threat?
Roll an insight check at disadvantage since you're not currently there.
Right.
You're
Yeah,
just
we
hearing
can
this
hear
over.
it, though.
You're hearing it over an earpiece, but insight is also about checking a person's expressions and emotions.
Body language.
Body language, yeah.
What if there was a freaking natural 20?
Oh, you already have disadvantage anyway because you're poisoned.
Oh.
You call that poison.
And I wouldn't hear any of this.
If
because-
you have your earpiece on, yes.
Oh, I thought you said it was over calmly.
Oh wait, hang on. You're a Togruta. You don't have ears.
Shit, you're
Let's
right.
say you affixed it to your headpiece.
Okay.
It's fair. I'm being
Okay.
fair.
It
works.
Your montrals are your ears. Like you
Yeah,
don't have
yeah.
ears under them. They are
Okay.
your ears.
Yeah.
Okay. That actually was a 16.
At disadvantage. Nice.
Yeah.
He's over comlink and it's hard to read.
Okay.
And also from what you gathered from on Alderaan, he's a very stoic individual.
Okay. Cool.
So I know I kind of skipped over this. Was anybody moving towards? You were going towards them. Okay, but they're on the other side of you. You started moving around the pillar.
I want to be as casual as I can be, but also not be seen by him.
Okay, make a performance
Just
check.
kind of acknowledge that
Performance.
he's there.
Yeah, I was gonna say after she gave me
Or deception.
The charisma
I
stuff.
will
After
do
she gave me
deception.
the med pack, I would have been like, okay, like making our way towards the hut tables because
Okay.
that's what I said.
You wanted to
we were
go
gonna
towards
do.
that. Around the left or the right side?
I would have gone towards the left.
Okay, go left.
To the left, to the left.
I'll move you over there.
Everything well.
That's a 10.
That's a 10? Okay. You're trying to act casual.
trying to
You
stay
might
to
be
the-
acting casual.
I want to
stick
try
to
and
the-
stay to the walls.
It's like you got heels on you.
The walls are way over
Yeah.
here.
Wait.
Let me
You
move
never
the
walked
The
in
walls are
heels.
like this. Well, these are the walls here. This is just like a central.
Well,
These are the
like-
stairs that lead down.
Okay.
Unless
Yeah,
you wanted to stick to the pillar, which you could.
I just want to
Like here?
like stay out of his line of sight, but just like
Okay.
keep my eye on him.
Okay. So, Thamin leaves, and you actually see from across the room, approximately where Robbery was at, another figure approaches these stairs.
Oh no! No!
I see this.
You would see this. If you're going to keep watching him, which I assume you would.
Yeah.
You see this. An Imperial security detail actually meets Thamin at the bottom of the stairs, and then there's another figure, a really tall, burly, muscly man. He's got a Republic military uniform on, and really, really buzzed hair, and the right side of his face is messed up.
So he's
Yes, right side of his face is pretty darn messed up, and he's this big dude. And I say, Robbery, you hear this? It says, Colonel Malcolm, how pleasant to see you. Shall we commence with the discussion? Colonel Malcolm says, hang on, I gotta drink my water for this one.
End quote.
Yep. It says, excuse me. We might as well, Colonel Thamin. Can't do it. Perhaps the people of Alderaan might find some solace in these talks. Yes, perhaps they might. Your exploits from Havoc Squadron still inspire the people to hope. I hope you intend to crush, I'm sure. Oh, let us be civil, Colonel. Let us adjourn and we may discuss the ceasefire. And Colonel Malcolm and Thamin go up the stairs and towards the east wing, where they go to discuss matters. Okay, so continuing on.
Second, I thought it was going to be the other guy. We're going to like have
I am
What other guy?
so glad I'm disguised.
the
That could have been
Uh,
really bad.
That could have been really bad.
thought it was going to be the other the handler. We were gonna have,
Oh, Watcher?
Oh,
Yes.
if Watcher showed up, I'd straight up just pass out.
Coda. Sitting, this is the Pazak table. or Pazak tables. And sitting at one of them, you see this symbol here, this little 7 with the lines, the credit symbol?
Oh, yeah, that's where I'm going.
That is a Hutt. A rather smaller, younger-looking Hutt. Who is on a freaking roll, man. Like, anyone who comes up to him is just getting wiped. And he's like, nobody can beat Gagumra! And he's speaking basic.
Oh my gosh.
And he is just freaking letting anyone. He's like, ha, you lose! And he's just rubbing everyone's faces in it. Are you gonna sit down and?
I'm gonna sit down at this table.
Okay. So you sit down and Gagumra the Hutt. Well, he's just Gagumra. He's a younger looking Hutt. He's like, and what actually, no, he says, never mind. Sorry, I'm misremembering things. I need to pull up the character sheet. Okay. He's like, well, aren't you supposed to be working?
I mean, I'm keeping watching this table all night.
I guess you are. I can't argue with that. You're here to let. Who wants to see me wipe the floor with this silk calf? And I was like, and people start making bets. You challenging this man?
That's some pretty big words for...
I'm a pretty big guy.
I've seen bigger.
Oh yeah, just look at my cousins over there. He points to them. They're much bigger than me.
Are you gonna talk shop all day or are we gonna play some
Oh my god.
Why not?
Why not?
Ante up. How much credit do you have left?
I have 8,000.
We'll say they buy in as 5,000.
I buy in.
Actually, you know what? You set the ante. You know what? You set the ante. Let's see how this goes.
7,000 credits.
All right, let's do this. Leroy. Okay, so let's roll those.
Should I turn off my camera?
4d4.
Turn it back on?
Let's roll those 4d4 to determine what cards you get.
44, okay. So we're 4 times.
Oh, it's back. You guys are back. Yay.
Yeah,
we're back.
I tried to like turn on and off my
I
camera.
don't like those.
Try turning it off and on.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right,
Where
that's.
are the floors? My gosh!
All right.
Oh, I've got plenty up here. If you need them.
Oh, you.
I found it.
we
Okay.
can do. Calculator, huh?
Okay.
Okay. Oh, it was a D10. I remember that. We decided. All right. So you got your 4d4.
Yep.
We made D10. There it is. Okay. All right. So remember, you can use your I'm allowing you to use proficiency bonus to.
You can use this.
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm allowing you to use your proficiency bonus to add it onto any dice roll that you make with the D10.
Okay.
Or with your D4s, I suppose, to kind of give
Once
it
per game, right?
once per round.
Gotcha.
All right. Go first.
This is
Okay.
And then you hear, let's see what you got, but in Selkath.
Oh.
He gives this look like,
And I culture, I see.
huzzah!
I do. That's a 1.
So 1. All right. Keep track of these numbers. I'm not.
Will do.
All right. He draws 7. Here we
Alright.
go.
Go. That's an 8 for a total of 9. I will stand.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
Oh.
Stay understand. Okay.
This is blackjack, right?
Basically, he rolls a 5 for a total of 12. Let me check something here. Gonna add proficiency bonus and a 2 from his cards to make that a 19. And he is going to stand.
Alrighty.
It's blackjack except 20 instead of 20.
That is an 8 for a total of 17, and I'm going to add a. Remind me, it's to total of 20, right?
Yes, total of 20.
You just said that. That's right.
Yeah. No, you're good.
I'm going to put one of my cards down. +3.
Oh, nice. You meet it. And he's already stood totally, so you
Yep,
win the first hand.
Man, it just hurts to see it, don't ya? I win the first round.
Very good, very good.
I believe it's your roll.
I believe it is. That's a 6. Just keep that. Pass.
That's a 2. Stand.
All right. Hey. Hey.
What are you
He sounds like that.
Gonna add proficiency and one of his cards for 3 for a total for 6, so a 20.
Can I check to see if he's cheating at all?
Roll it in perception check.
Oh,
10.
10. Seems pretty on the level,
Alright, see then.
but maybe.
That is a 10 for 12. We'll stand, and I mean,
You have to go, okay, yeah. See if you get 20.
That is a 2 for 14.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one more time.
All right.
Okay. That is a 3 for 18.
Okay.
And I'm going to use one of my cards for a +2.
So it's a tie.
Yes. And then I have 2 +4s next for my cards.
Okay. Thank you. So he says like, oh, and Sarlaccs again. He says,
Let's see if you can put your money where your mouth is, little fishy.
Sounds like
That is
Yoda.
offensive.
Especially in Cell
Yeah, right?
Here go.
Okay. Is
You in your own weapon.
all right.
Stand.
7. Pass.
That is a 2. Stand. Gosh,
Okay.
okay. So 3.
7 again. 14. Pass. Whoops. Hang on a second. Did the wrong number.
That is an 8 for a total of 11. Stand.
All right. +4 for 18. And then I'm going to add one of my cards for a 20.
Oh, he's bad. He's the one that has the execution
That
present.
is +7.
18.
So that's 18.
Yep.
I will hold. Because I'm not gonna. No, you know what? No. I'm gonna stand, and my next roll is a 10. So yeah.
Okay, you bust.
Very nice.
So 1 for you, 1 for him.
All right, all right.
Does DP notice this?
DP, at this point,
Well, yeah.
Thaumon's left.
I would say I do.
There's gonna be like a moment where like Coda's like looking up from the table, makes eye contact with DP. It just looks back down.
And real quick,
You little
I'm gonna. Okay, with a natural 19 gratis. Oh no. Directs Aetov's attention to the Pazak table. This might be a problem.
Of course he is.
He probably has his earpiece turned off.
I would imagine so. Anyway, continuing on.
It's your go.
Indeed. 9.
Was that Lindsay?
Where is Kota exactly?
Oh, I should have moved him. I'm sorry. I've got a lot of windows. He's here.
No.
Yeah. Yes, that's it.
Okay, so I can see what's happening over there
Uh-huh.
with my blind sight so far.
Yeah. I mean, you can
So-
you can see beyond that 30-foot vision. It's just within that 30-foot radius, everything's a bit clearer, and you can also discern the alignments.
5.
5? Okay.
I'm gonna keep an eye on him for the next little bit, just to make sure nothing happens.
Okay.
I'm fixated.
Okay, so 5, I'm going to roll again. That's a
Nice single to the
6
fish.
for a 15. Last card, proficiency bonus for 20. That was a 2 plus 5
Take my
plus
10.
3, so 5 for 20.
Plus 10. So that is a 15 as well.
Okay.
My gosh.
plus 4, right?
Yeah, I got a +4, and then I can add a 3 on top of that.
You're gonna have to roll, I think.
Yeah. More.
Nailed it.
5.
Nailed it.
All right.
Oh,
on, babe.
damn!
Jabba the Hutt.
And it seems you're out of cards when I've still got 2.
Oh, you make a good point.
Let's go. This is We'll say this is last round, just to cut
Yep,
this
yep,
short
yep.
in case we get
How
into
have
time.
you not had your ass kicked before?
All right. Yeah, you go
With
first.
the way you smack talk these people.
He's got a very intimidating droid
Two.
friend.
Okay.
You know, that's a fair point.
Off. Next card is dealt. 5.
7. 9.
Okay.
9 total stand.
Plus 9. 14. Stand. Or packed. Yeah, stand. Hold is the proper word.
5 for a total of 14. Yeah, I'll stand.
Stand by me.
Oh,
Stand by
that's a
me.
7. He busts.
Oh, snap!
Show me credit, boys!
Get ready
Well,
to be.
well, I'll be. Everyone look.
And everyone's like, and there's like a bunch of like, oh, yeah, people are passing credits around each other now. Once again.
Well, I was on the hot streak. Very well done, my friend.
Do you like sushi?
It's only to be expected from someone of my caliber. Sorry you couldn't stand up to it.
Now that I see the game's over, I'll come over and like.
Give him a tug. Yes, I was gonna say, help him.
As much as a droid can clear its throat.
Right.
Him.
You're a fan worrying.
Him.
Just
Yeah, there you go.
The Hutt's
ham-
going to see like
ham?
sweat dripping down on Coda's face a little bit.
Hand.
Looks like you need to get back to work.
And
So it did. Hello, VP.
hello.
I'm keeping watching tables as I was told to.
How much money did you win?
15,000.
Where's my 10,000?
Here.
In front of all these people. I just love just the drop.
Come back again sometime. Looking forward to it.
That's
Who's
amazing.
next?
Oh my gosh.
That was amazing.
That was yes.
That was
I
great.
love this character.
Riveting game.
So I got up to 23,000, and now I'm
Sure.
down to 3. Now I'm down to
13.
13. Wait,
Yep.
no, because I had 7,000 to start with. So
You had 8,000.
8,000.
Yeah,
8,000, you bet up 7.
7. So that would be
Well,
15.
wouldn't you just have received 7? 'Cause
You're right.
it's
You're right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we just
yeah,
received
it'd be
7.
15 minus 10. So I only have 5. I've lost credits on that.
Was it worth it?
That was the idea.
I mean, to begin with, you didn't even have the 10,000.
I needed to win. I needed to win.
Oh,
Oh, that
I
was
would have collected
fantastic.
somehow.
That was amazing.
Do I see anyone like? Am I able to perceive any disguises as I'm getting up from the table, like on any of the patrons?
Roll a
nearby?
perception check.
That is an 11.
No. Can't really tell anything. People are just real fancy here.
And then Anton.
Hey, it's up.
Now that I see that Kota's in DP's safe hands, I'm going
We can
to
relax.
I'm gonna ask Dex if he sees Raymond Black.
I would say y'all have already reported that because you asked it earlier. And well, Dex, did you say it or?
Oh, I didn't see Raymond Black. I saw the doctor, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
you
you
saw
saw
the
the
doctor walk
doctor.
in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I reported the doctor.
I was gonna just ask him if there was any updates. I guess like, does he see Raymond Black? Does he see anybody else?
Are they making their way to the elevator?
Nothing's happened yet. Dr. Vascon is still standing there. He doesn't really seem to be enjoying himself.
Poor guy.
And I will say, Miria and Byra, as you guys are walking towards the hut table, you do see them over on the left there.
See.
This is Dr. Vascon.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Another member of the exchange.
Yeah, he's the head cyber technician, and then these are his bodyguards. It's Cathar bodyguard and Chanda bodyguards.
Cool. I'm just gonna keep on walking by them. Does it look like there are people approaching? What's the Hutt birthday boy's name?
Barga?
Barga.
Uh,
Does it look like there's people like approaching him, like giving like their well wishes and happy
Oh,
birthdays
yes.
and stuff?
Plenty of genuflecting.
Perfect.
Plenty of all of that pomp and circumstance that befits a Hutt's birthday party.
Okay, I'm gonna before we kind of walk past them, I'm gonna give her just an idea of what we could do. Just kind of like not look so conspicuous,
Right.
and suspicious, and all that stuff. Did you ever watch the movie Aquamarine?
No.
No. You've seen it. Okay. Well, this example is going to come from that.
Okay.
We're just going to casually like laugh, like we're just gonna kind of like, oh, we just heard a like we just you know
funny joke.
yeah funny joke and just like laugh flirtatiously
Okay.
walking by.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah. You're so funny.
Oh,
my
I
gosh.
really do try my
I
best.
needed that. Oh my gosh. Needed a laugh.
Ow.
Oh no, yeah, poison!
Oh, I really want to drink.
Oh
Okay.
Quick,
Puked
get,
all over the
get some
dock.
castor oil.
Yep. I'm gonna say we should probably maybe go over to.
As you're laughing,
Never
yeah.
mind.
Excuse me.
Ugh.
May we speak to you for a small moment?
I'm gonna kind of turn around, like. Again, I'm acting like Garza. My hands all kind of like, what?
Yeah.
Are you talking to us?
Yes, I am. I was curious if... It's not the right place. I was curious if you have seen Dr. Ogorob the Hutt anywhere in the vicinity of this event. He's supposed
Does
to...
that ring a
meet-
bell to you, my dear?
No, I'm sorry.
I do not believe we know of anyone by that name. I am so very sorry.
How unfortunate. I also would ask if you have seen a rather uncouth group of individuals who may have attempted to infiltrate this event.
Uncouth individuals? Whatever would you mean?
Two of them I know are Aito Gruta and Emekian.
Am I getting the vibe that he knows who we are?
Roll an insight check.
I'm curious as well.
Two of them fit your description.
I know.
I'm a Twilight.
Nope.
Shit.
Nope.
Not one.
That was a 5.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't. I don't
Inspiration.
family friendly.
I would say that you're not getting good vibes. Nothing, but he's also being very pointed.
No, I
Nope.
have not seen. I mean,
No.
I haven't seen any other McKeons other than yourself.
Actually, you have seen a couple of McKeans here, but only.
I'm acting
I-
aloof here.
I mean, I'll say, like, yeah, I've seen a couple, but
I see.
Oh,
but
you-
not that
You've
I
been
know.
much more observant than me. I'm a little tipsy
okay.
at the moment.
So,
I do
as I
apologize.
mentioned before, Dr. Vascon, he has a he has cybernetics on his
Yeah.
face, very similar to what Dex has.
Oh, nut.
And one of them is an eye, and it is glowing.
He's seeing right through your disguise.
Unfortunate, I was warned to keep an eye out. But
Perhaps.
perhaps you were not as...
You made a joke.
I know. Perhaps you were not as dangerous as I was led to believe. My unfortunate colleague in the lab on Coruscant led me to believe you were more dangerous.
I assume at this point I can tell he's seeing right through me.
He's not taking his eye off you.
And then
Well, he did also say you.
Yes.
To me.
Dex says,
Oh, yes.
I can hear all this, right?
Do you have your headpieces on?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to switch
Oh no.
to the comm link that I was given and say there is a cybernetic man who seems to be causing problems among the party guests.
Okay. Talking
He's
to Lev.
harassing 2 of the women.
Talking to Lev. And I will say also that there are others with cybernetics here. None so as high grade as what Dr. Vascon has.
Yeah. I give a description of him.
Okay. Cool.
Just throw that out there. Then I'll switch back to that.com.
Yeah. You're good. Sorry I can't see you. I have the map pulled up. I'll pull up Discord again. Or the stream anyway.
You're fine.
And at this point, the Cathar individual comes around and flanks you. And Cathar, very strong-looking individual with a lot of really nice-looking armor. And he actually, after the Cathar flanks you, says, Mr. Juzar, you may go. Your services are no longer required for the evening. I will adjourn to the penthouse soon. And the Cathar just said, and gives a nod and starts to walk towards the entrance.
I'm.
We will just.
Is he still there? Or did he say he walked off?
The Cathar walks off. Dr.
But-
Vascon's still there, with his
Okay.
Trandoshans flanking him.
Okay.
Big Trandoshans.
Yeah. Lizardman. Step in.
Begging your pardon, sir. But I really am afraid I do not know what you mean. And if I were you, I would really stop harassing us.
As at this point, that a Twi'lek individual wearing basically a fancier and a little bit more modest version of a Twi'lek dancer outfit shows up. She has more red skin and fancy embellishments to her, like who. Is there some sort of problem? I was informed there was something happening here.
I am afraid this man mistaken us for someone that we are not, and he just will not leave us alone. And if you could kindly ask him to leave us alone.
Roll a deception check at straight roll, because
Okay.
normally you have a disadvantage, but Dex's information would give you advantage, so
Way to go,
straight roll.
Spencer.
Thank you! Easily something
Dex's
good.
tip as a security member.
Son of a nutcracker. This is 4.
4.
God. Again, I used up all my good luck on Tuesday.
She looks, Dr. Vascon, I am so sorry. I'm getting reports that you were harassing these women, and I was just sent to see what was going on. Dr. Vascon looks and says, She is correct. Unfortunately, it was a misunderstanding. A mistaken identity, nothing less. I will adjourn and apologize. I certainly hope that our paths need not cross again. And
I would wish for the same, good sir.
Vascon and the Trandos start to work down this way. When the lower section towards Ravri, did you stay there after Guthamin left? You did. Okay.
I was just keeping my eye out.
I did not know
Okay.
that would happen.
I didn't know either.
When out of this lower
I
right,
didn't know either.
over this lower right-hand door here,
Mm-hmm.
a very, very large figure slides through. Large, almost purple hut with
Oh, hello.
slight pale white.
He's got a
paint.
monocle.
Yeah, and he's got like an electronic monocle. Exits.
It's like, oh, that artistic display lacks flair. They
Hang on. What's the hut's name? What's his name? Godoba? Godoba.
Godova really needs to up his artistic budget.
He's also speaking basic, which none of the huts here are speaking basic except for the really loud one at the tables. And he's coming right out by you, Robert. Sorry, I'm being really loud. I'm used to you being over there.
That's true.
I turned down this light.
Do I notice him come in?
Roll a perception check. And I'd say, Aetop, you are also aware of this, and Gratis
24.
notices it as well. 24?
17 plus
Yeah,
7.
you notice the appearance of a figure coming out, and Gratis will say into the comlink, "That is Dr. Ogorub the Hutt."
Yeah, I'll start walking over.
Okay, you start
Yeah,
walking over there.
Do I approach? Like, in my comms, do I approach him?
You were the one who we assigned. And it's at this point, actually, as you start to approach DP, that I would say, Aetop, you notice Delic taps something on a wrist pad, and this person approaches you, DP, kind of gives you a wink, and it's another human individual. Says, "Excuse me, I think there's something going on down there that needs some security to overlook it. If you would please come with me."
Of course.
He's not subtle at all. Start to walk around.
A master of subtlety.
Come with me.
Coda, after your
and we'll
victory,
be-
do you notice DP leaving, or are you just reveling in your victory?
My
Well,
victory
you're-
/ loss.
Yeah, you lost more.
Wait, what's the? There's
My
a word. There's a word
Ferric-
for that.
My ferric
That's the
victory.
one. Yeah.
Or pirate victory. That's
Here
what
it
it is. My earpiece is still not on.
Okay. But do you are you paying attention again to the general surroundings, or are you like reveling in your own success / failure?
I'm gonna try to pay attention a little bit. If anything, I have an idea that Koda will probably follow up on. He might ask the Hutt if he knows anything about Raven Black.
Okay, we'll get to that.
I will approach.
Okay.
What's his name again?
Agorab.
Agorab.
Gratis is going to move, not there. He's going to move like over here. Delic is also moved over here. Aetop, are you gonna follow Raymond, or are you gonna?
Raymond.
Not Raymond. Sorry.
I'm
Gratis.
sorry, excuse me?
Gratis.
Boba Fett, where?
Boba Fett.
I'll stay next to Gratis, but am I aware of the doctor over here heading this direction?
I
You gotta try and break away from there.
would say if you had the head pieces on, you would have known what happened with Miria and Byros. So I'd say you would see him. Yeah.
Okay.
I
I will try to keep. Can I move to the other side of Gratis?
Sure. Go right there.
And I'm going to just try and eye on this conversation happening over here.
Okay. Now, before we get to this conversation, I do want to go back. At what point do you ditch Shen?
That's what. Do I see anybody like close where I can be like, oh, and like kind of?
I would say at one he's as
Because he's
back
still
into the
just
slots. He's
yeah.
back into the slots.
Okay.
He's trying his luck, but he's just not getting it.
Mhm.
Let me make sure that statement is accurate. Nope, he's not getting it. So that's not. He's so engrossed by it once you suggested it that he becomes pretty distracted.
Okay, cool. Then I'm just gonna start walking out more into the party, see what I can see.
So like over here, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Put you right about there ish. Okay, so you approach Dr. Ogorab.
walk up to him. I beg your pardon. Are you Dr. Agorab?
Yes. I don't normally get people to address me at this part, these sorts of things, but yes, I am.
I was wondering if I could borrow a minute of your time.
Oh, well,
He has a chrono on his wrist.
I have a few minutes, but I suppose so, yes.
Wonderful.
What is this about?
I think I'd probably arrive at this point.
Yeah, you get there at this point.
Hello, I'm with her.
Oh, very interesting. Hang on. Your design is familiar yet different. Your cybernetic, you have multiple arms. That's not standard for your sort of model. Maybe Okaren, I'd say. Sorry, I'm a bit of. I apologize. I specialize in droids, basically.
Words are escaping me.
No, I love it. It's hitting the eccentric scientist.
It's only been
very well.
twice.
Yeah.
You're well aware of your scientific exploits.
Well, finally, someone recognizes it.
Yes, of course.
It is for that reason we have approached you.
I see. Well, do you have a business proposition, something to discuss with development technologies?
Of sorts.
Of sorts. Well, normally this is not conducted here on the main floor.
It is important that this happens here before you attend your scheduled meeting. We are aware.
We'll help real quick.
Yeah.
Roll a persuasion check. Okay. At advantage because she's.
Why didn't you do this, Sheila?
I'm sorry.
Wait, no. What, persuasion? I don't know. Where's my skills? Stop scrolling down!
Charisma.
I'm trying to scroll up.
What's your persuasion?
+1. I only have expertise in deception and intimidation. But I got
Hang
a
on.
19 on the roll.
I got
So,
+5 to persuasion.
Dirty 20.
Add a d4 to that. Nope. Can't. You're a droid. Dradis was about to use guidance.
24.
Actually, does guidance work on droids?
Oh yeah.
Hang on real quick.
Probably
Oh,
doesn't.
wait, right.
I'm just gonna check.
Just add
all
the
of them
D4
have powers
anyways.
don't.
It probably won't, but no. Oh, it's a touch. Never mind.
Okay,
It's
regardless.
touch. You can't.
So, -4, flat 20.
520. Okay. Right. Dr. Rose says,
Well, this is highly irregular, but perhaps I could spare a moment of my time.
moves out of the doorway because he's blocking the doorway. He's big. He's really big. Like the Hutt's here. They're really freaking big.
So, what is this? What is this all about?
To keep it brief, we are aware that you are meeting with Raymond Black over business. We believe you do not have the whole story.
Well, yes, Mr. Black is notoriously vague in his requests. He and I have partnered before, so it is not out of the ordinary for him to withhold information, but normally it is something that both of our interests are aligned.
Do you know of his recent exploits?
Recent exploits, no, but typically the exchange and the Hutts do not share information unless in a more formal capacity like this meeting would be.
We believe that Raymond Black is perversing the science that you so greatly admire.
How so?
You've heard of the Rakuls.
Oh yes, I've heard of Reckles. Very unpleasant. I'd stay away from terrorists if I were you. Never. An outbreak would be catastrophic.
That is what he intends.
Especially if people don't keep their distance from each other.
We have been to terrorists. We have followed Raymond Black and across the galaxy. He has built a device to control an enhanced rat ghoul strain.
That's how.
Bigger, more virulent, more destructive.
Virulent. Excellent vocabulary. I'm sorry, getting distracted.
I have an enhanced vocoder.
I see. Yes,
I do.
that explains it. Explains it, yes. But why would Raymond? This makes no sense. It benefits him nothing. Raccoon outbreak would be catastrophic. It would destroy everything, and a new strain that would be incredibly dangerous.
He has aligned himself deeply with the
The
Empire.
Empire? No, that can't be.
He intends destruction.
The Empires, they have their problems, yes, but they're not all about the destruction of the galaxy.
Raymond Black has his own ambitions. He's just getting sponsored.
The Empire doesn't even know the whole story. Is that right? To the DM?
So what you've been told is that Zermalin is like, he's not an agent of the Empire. He's sort of a free agent that has aligned himself with the Empire. Gratis believes that Zermalin is working on his own ambition, not under direct authority from the Emperor. So that's his. He doesn't have the proof of it, but that's his theory about it.
Okay.
So at this point, actually, that Gratis will just step up.
Great.
Say, Dr. Okurab, I would speak with my colleagues here in that, as a representative of the Empire, Zermalin may... No, Gratis is under the employ of a man who is allied with the Emperor, but I believe...
Gratis?
Zermal, or
You said
Raymond.
Zermal and then you said
Right.
gratis.
Raymond is what.
I think you meant Raymond.
Sorry, I meant Raymond. My brain.
You're good.
You're fine. There's a lot of
That
names going
Raymond
around.
is under the employ of a man allied with the Empire, but may not be acting in the interest of the Empire. But he certainly is, as my colleagues say, working on his own accord.
Very interesting. Just drop in on a conversation like that.
I assure
Do you
you,
have
he
any
is-
proof?
We do.
We have the device.
Where is it?
Not with us, obviously. That's
Well,
dangerous.
That's a very large problem. You bring these accusations to me of a colleague and you don't have any proof. Besides your word, and the word of a Sith Lord, apparently.
Well,
Minor, like,
I have a map.
minor projection
Do
to
we
show
have like
him.
an ability to like show a picture of the device?
If you took one.
it was never discussed.
Yeah, we never discussed. Can we retcon that? No.
Not.
I've
not at this- not at this
retconned a
point.
lot.
Yeah,
I'm not.
yeah.
Not at this point. Not for that.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna check out something. I will say at this point, Ravery, you may roll a persuasion check at advantage because you've been given a lot of help.
Okay, switch dice.
It's a good one. The one that you waited until I hit the 20.
Okay, so that is 19.
19.
Well, perhaps.
He's like thinking and is processing it.
I don't believe you, but perhaps if I discuss this with Raymond himself, we may be able to discern what you say is true. Because I know Raymond has his own ambitions, so it wouldn't necessarily surprise me.
Would you be willing to take a gamble?
How so?
Don't meet with Raymond. And meet with us so that we can show you the device that we found.
Make another persuasion check.
Worth your while.
We'll make him an offer he
Hang
can't
on.
refuse.
Hang on.
Oh.
Yep. Add a d4 as you feel Gratis just sort of like casually like kind of stretch out a little bit and he touches your arm.
So that is.
Nice.
It's another 19.
19.
No, I can't do that. The meeting's about to start. I'll take this straight to Raymond himself.
And he starts to slither away.
Just turn and I look at everybody like, what?
At this point, I'm going to move them over there.
His guard is up, but
Slither away. Vascon and his goons have left.
Dr. Agorab, might we attend with you?
Yes, I believe that will be wise. Perhaps we can bring these accusations directly to them. Come with me.
Starts to slither off.
There's this trio's way in.
Yep.
And they talk
I-
with Gratis, so.
Yeah.
As the pace was also making his way toward you guys, right?
I'm just kind of
It's just
over
kind of
near
mingling.
there.
Did you guys have your earpieces on?
Yes.
Mine's
Okay.
been on the
Yes.
entire
So you guys
time.
have been hearing this conversation,
and we'll
especially because
just-
they're getting multiple angles
Yeah,
of it.
we'll definitely walk towards.
Roll a perception check for me.
Oh god.
Right. Just gonna leave him there.
Oh yeah, can we see?
Yeah.
Did you roll a natural one?
I rolled a 3.
Oh,
Roll the
jeez.
3. You have your earpiece off. You don't notice this. You're sort of doing your job.
I'm gonna.
Should someone
Well,
get
like I wanted to go
Kota?
talk to the Hutt boy, and
You want to talk to Barga?
not Barga, but sorry.
Oh, the one you went up against.
Yeah.
Okay. While that conversation is going on, we'll cut over to Coda, who's doing this. Go ahead.
So, no hard feelings, right?
Oh, of course not. I love myself a good match, and you know what?
Was a pretty good
Every
one.
streak has to end, right? The way
Just-
things go.
For another one to rise up again.
Not like a lot of
Yes, yes, yes.
Actually,
For Hutt, so extended yourself. You might be aware of this, but there's a member of the exchange gonna be here tonight. Raymond Black, if you know him.
I don't think I know him, no.
I see. I was looking to see if you might know where his ship might be.
I know who he is, so I don't know where his ship is.
Dude, he just said.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm gonna. Is that all, or were you gonna?
That's pretty much it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of speed things along. I had another activity I wanted you guys to do, but everything else took a while. So I'm gonna say, just to keep things expedient because it is getting a little late. Dr. Agorab makes it to the top of the stairs. The other Hutts up here have kind of moved on, mingling in the party, taking food off the buffet table, even though they already have their own table full of food. He's going to get there and just again very slowly. Oh yeah. And I'll say that as the pacer, you're going with this group.
Have I seen them? Like I know I've
you have your
heard
headpiece on.
Well, I heard them. Yeah.
I'd say it's pretty easy to see
Okay.
them, especially because you know what you're looking for.
Cool. Yeah, I'll just tag along.
Okay, so you guys are kind of trailing behind him a little bit.
His entourage just keeps growing and he doesn't notice.
Yeah, just a
Would
little bit.
we follow behind him because we would have heard
I'd
him?
say you would have probably gone up this side.
Okay, yeah.
On the left there. So I'm going to move the camera up here. Just for expediency's sake. You're kind of trailing a little bit far behind. You hear,
Vascon! I need to speak with you for a minute.
Sorry, I'm getting my Hutt voices mixed up. Dr. Vascon steps. Dr. Agorab, we were just about to adjourn to the penthouse. Mr. Black is waiting for us there.
Before we get to that, I need to know exactly what this is about now. Otherwise, the deal will be off.
I see. And what led you to this conclusion, Doctor? He points back to the rest of you. Says,
These individuals here have said that you are experimenting with rat ghouls. That goes against everything that you should stand for as a scientist.
Dr. Agorab, you once again demonstrate your naivete. The rat ghouls are the next step of evolution.
Confession.
An outbreak is not imminent because our strain is different, more controlled, administered, not infected.
Says, I do not care. Such activities are not... I do not condone such activities, and I will not be any part of it. It explains why Black has wanted to use some of my facilities so much.
Vascon says. And he laughs, and it's sort of mechanical. Oh, unfortunately, Doctor, there was so much more that you could do for us than simply providing medical and biological facilities. Unfortunately, I'll move you guys up closer.
I was gonna say, can I move kind of towards the front of this doctor?
I'll say it.
In a sort of protective stance.
This Trandoshan I'll put back here.
Have we arrived to
I'll
see
say
this?
you're getting close, right
Okay.
about here-ish.
Okay. Yeah, with that language, I'm gonna step in front of.
Yeah. Hey, it's off. What do you do? I'm just gonna put you guys. Start putting you guys in position here.
I'll follow suit with Robert.
Okay, you guys start to move up in front here-ish. I'll put you there.
Can I? Oh, shoot. Oh, I was gonna do something, but I'm scared to do it.
Yeah, I would be scared to do it.
While you're thinking that, as the pace, what are you doing?
Stay there.
Gratis is moving closer.
Austin, I am going to spend 2 force points to cast heroism on Robbery.
Okay. Is that a touch or range spell?
It's a touch spell, so before she moves up in front of him.
Okay, that's fair. I'll allow that. So you do that.
So you get temporary hit point. You get 4 temporary hit points.
Thanks.
At the start of
And
every
you are immune to being frightened.
Every 6 seconds you gain 4 temporary hit points, but
So the
that
beginning
doesn't
of every round.
stack. That
Right.
doesn't
Yeah.
stack.
Yeah.
So you start to move up. Dr. Vascon stops what he's saying. I see, yes, well. I had hoped this would go much better than I had anticipated. He taps something on the side of his head. Well, as I said to your colleagues, you will find that I am not as fragile as my colleague on Coruscant. And he takes off his coat. And
Get a room.
as he does, blaster fire erupts across the room as a bunch of different people just pull out their blasters and start shooting at just anybody, really.
Cody's gonna start shooting. I'm like,
And you hear this, you see along his arms like a series of tubes, and you also see these like protrusions along his back. He's wearing basically like what's it called? It doesn't have sleeves. Like his arms are exposed,
right.
and they are very small, very thin arms. And as he removes the coat, you hear this as all of a sudden he grows. His muscles start to bulge into something unnatural as his face contorts and his teeth grow large, and his body becomes the general shape of a rat ghoul, and his fingernails grow into claws.
I am the wrong person to be in the front.
Let us see what you can do. That's what we're gonna.
I don't want to be in the front anymore.
Why did you go there?
You're putting yourself there then. I thought I was gonna shoot him. I didn't know he was gonna. Ooh.
No.
Boy.
So.
Ooh, boy, howdy.
Thank you all for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Tune in next week as they face my first homemade boss, Dr. Vascon, the savant, not savant, that's the other one, the scholar.
The scholar.
Scholar.
Does. I heard this pounding.
I just bring us some glass.
The rat ghoul.
I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna throw up.
Hey!
I have to find this archetype. I have to find this
It's not the
archetype.
medical like doctor one, is it?
Yeah.
Scholar. Geneticist. Scholar geneticist. As his. And I'll tell you what's happening as he transforms. His strength score of 5 is becoming his intelligence score of 20.
Oh, delightful.
Oh.
We will roll initiative.
Bitches.
We will roll initiative in 2 weeks.
Holy crap.
So, thank you guys for
next week. I was like, what?
thank you guys for joining.
Next week can't do that.
And we will get into this combat at the start of next week. Thank you for joining us. We will see you in a galaxy far, far away in the next
Sorry,
one.
Deathy.
Bye, Deathy. Sorry.
Bye, guys.
Save us.
She's